Go ahead. Welcome everybody to the Village of Ruidoso regular council meeting this November 10th, 2020. It's 1 o'clock. We'll have a call to order, and if you'll join me in a moment of silence, and then I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Rafael Salas if he would do the invocation, and then after that we'll have the pledge. So if you'll stand with me at this time.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, our gracious Father, we come to you this day with thanksgiving. We come with an open heart to minister your word and to receive your word in conducting this meeting for the Village of Ruidoso. We pray for all those that are suffering and are ill, and pray for their recovery, as well as protection to all families and everyone, Lord, that you are the provider of a great spirit that will protect all. Father, we ask for your wisdom and understanding during this meeting, and let us do your will here on earth as it is in heaven. We pray all this in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All righty. Thank you, everybody. We'll start with a roll call, please, Mrs. Devine.
Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Councilor Cornelius.
Here.
Councilor Salas.
Here.
Councilor Jackson.
Here.
Councilor Coughlin.
Here.
Councilor Letterman. Councilor Letterman.
I know she's here. Susan, can you hear us?
Probably got her.
Councilor Edie. They're in Karen Gutierrez's office.
Okay, while our IT specialist is working on that, I'll go ahead and by the Attorney General's rules, I'm supposed to let you know where everyone's at if they're not sitting here in the council chambers, because we're still working with COVID safety. Here in the council room, council chambers, joining me is Councilor Cornelius, Mayor Pro Tem Councilor Rafael Salas, Village Manager Tim Dodge, Irma Devine is our clerk, and Jeffrey Ferguson is in the room with us as our IT support. In the Village Manager's office via Zoom is Councilor Jackson, Councilor Coughlin, Deputy Village Manager Ron Santa. At the Capital Projects room that's in this building is Councilor Letterman, Councilor Eby, and our village attorney Zach Cook. And then department directors of the departments are joining us via Zoom if we have any questions during their presentation. So we'll wait just a minute so we can get the other counselors to attest to their presence. Can you hear us now, Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Okay. Pick it up where you were at, Irma.
Councilor Letterman.
Here.
Councilor Edie.
You
Here.
Councilor Edie.
Here.
Did Jerry get Coughlin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, how can I miss that? Okay, so we'll need a motion. I know you folks have already read over the agenda. So could I get a motion for approval of today's agenda?
Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as presented, and also giving you liberty to move items as needed.
All righty. How about a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have a roll call, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Edie.
Aye.
Okay, very well. We have 7 consent regular items. First one is approval of governing body minutes, October 6th, 2020 workshop meeting, October 13th, 2020 regular meeting, October 27th, 2020 special meeting, November the 3rd, 2020 workshop meeting. I thought you only had 1 meeting a month. So you guys have been busy. Item number 2, approval of third renewal agreement with Mosen Corbin and Associates for professional engineering services for Eagle Creek and Gatherland Canyon well field design and planning and country club tank replacement projects. Item number 3, approval of grant agreement with the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration Local Government Division, DWI Grant Program, number 21-D-G-15 in the amount of $22,947.00. Item number 4, approval of purchase of a 2020 Vector 1840-600 trailer series ramjet in the amount of $70,445.00 excluding gross receipts tax through Cooperative Educational Services, CES agreement with Pete's Equipment Repair Incorporated. Item number 5, request to schedule a public hearing on December 8th, 2020 for ordinance 2020-10, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Municipal Code of Ordinances, Chapter 42, Fire Prevention and Protection, Article 3, Standards for Fire Safety and Fire Handling, Sections 42-42, Open Fire and Fire Restrictions. Item number 6, request to schedule a public hearing on December 8th, 2020 for ordinance 2020-11, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Municipal Code of Ordinances, Chapter 86, Utilities, Article 2, Water, Section 86-33, drilling of domestic water wells within 300 feet of municipal water distribution lines prohibited, and Appendix A, fees, fines, and penalties. Number 7 is request to schedule a public hearing on December 8th, 2020 for ordinance 2020-12, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Municipal Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Land Use for case number SP 2020-0749, Commercial Planned Unit Development Zoning, Design with Site Plan and Concept Approval, James Townsend, Tract 1A, Ruidoso, Lincoln County, New Mexico, Jesse Townsend applicant, and amendments to the zoning map of the Village of Ruidoso to reflect said zone designation. Okay, do we have any questions, a motion? Now, I believe, if I'm correct, Mr. Cook, do you have anything to add on item number 7?
Yeah, I believe you'll be addressing the council under the
No.
hearing section.
Okay, nope. All right, do we have a motion?
Okay, good.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. Move that we approve the approval of the agenda items as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Edie,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Okay. And what I would like to do is we'll go ahead and do the public input. Do we have any items for public input today, ma'am?
Mayor Crawford, members of the governing body, just for the record, I did not receive any email correspondence requesting to address the governing body under public input.
Okay.
And we did have a requirement that those requests be submitted no later than 2 hours prior to the meeting.
For the meeting, okay? All right, well then we'll go ahead and, I'd like to go ahead and skip down to, the public hearings. And then we'll come back for mayoral reports and presentations shortly after that. So if we can go ahead and start with the public hearings. And, do we need to read anything on this, Irma?
Mayor Crawford, yes, I would recommend that you introduce each one individually
Okay.
by reading them off prior to opening them for discussion.
Okay, so we'll get to item number 1 is the new restaurant, beer, wine, liquor license for on-premises consumption with patio service to be used at the business known as Tina's Cafe, located at 2825 Sutter Drive, Suites B and C, Ruidoso, New Mexico. And we have, do we have any questions or discussion on this one? I think it's pretty straightforward. Go ahead, ma'am. Did you have any comments, calls, or input?
Yes, Mayor Crawford, members of the governing body, we do have in attendance a representative of via Zoom from Tina's Cafe, who is available for any questions that you guys may have. Just for the record, I did not receive any correspondence for or against this public hearing, and they have met all the criteria, and the planning department has issued the zoning certificate to coincide as required by law.
Okay.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes,
Mayor, this is Coughlin. We don't have any attachments to that item on our computers.
okay. Did you hear that, Ms. Herman?
Yes, sir, I apologize, I did not realize that the attachments did not come through.
Hold on a second. Let me go tell him.
Would you like to take a brief recess, and I'll be happy to make the copies of them?
Okay, but I think if we could go ahead and make copies, but you've reviewed them and there were no irregulars. I think that probably the council needs to see them, if we could. And while we're taking a brief break for you to do that.
Jeff, they're saying that having a hard time hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to take a little time out. We're still having some technical difficulties. It seems that part of the group is having a hard time hearing, and that the attachment for the beer and wine license did not make the agenda. So if we can take a 10-minute recess, I guess.
Yes, sir, I'll be right back.
I apologize, everyone.
Daniel Olson, mobile.
Calling Daniel Olson, mobile.
Daniel Olson, you're on, your microphone's on.
Yeah.
So I guess while we're taking this pause, we'll have a little commercial. If people aren't paying attention, we had 17 more cases, I think it was yesterday, of COVID, 8 the day before and 17 the day before that. We'll get a report here pretty quick from Chief Cody Thetford on that. And I would keep things moving, but Irma needs to be here to document all these things. We do have the project has started here at Village Hall on upgrading some of the facility, getting the sewer lines working and back into it. So if you hear any construction noise in the background, that's what it is.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
we're gonna We're gonna try a couple of things so you can continue with the meeting.
Okay.
What?
Was that Yvonne?
Sounded like Judy.
Oh, Judy?
What's going on?
Okay, I see her waving.
Won't take you for a second time.
Are you sure?
Can we?
I think they need to mute everybody.
Where's Jeff?
He's back there in,
When the other people don't have theirs muted, the thing it cuts in when they make a noise, and that's what disturbs
The sound?
the sound.
Well, it looks like everyone up there's muted now.
It looks
You
like-
guys sound a lot better now, Mayor. It's not garbled.
Okay, you're a little bit garbled. So if you'll mute yours, Chief. And then if everyone is muted, we'll see if it works now.
Samantha, can you give us a thumbs up if it sounds better? She's on the phone. Thumbs up? Yeah.
She did, okay, good.
Toby.
Chief,
I thought
Fed,
that's what it
saying-
is when some of those people aren't muted.
Okay.
They make a sound in the background that cuts off our mics.
okay, everybody's giving us thumbs up now. All right, so when Irma gets back, we'll go ahead and proceed. And we'll just ask everyone to keep their speaker, their microphone muted until it's your turn to talk, and maybe we'll get through this. You'd think after 7-8 months of this that we would have this
We would
down,
have
but
it down.
every week, every month, every meeting, it's something different. And again, what we're waiting on is just the supporting data, the information going with a beer and wine restaurant license.
Mayor, if you'd entertain it, I think Cody could probably give a pretty quick report.
Sure. Hey, while we're waiting, if we could go on to just go ahead and get one from Cody Thetford, our chief, fire chief. Give us an update, Cody, on what's going on COVID, the testing, and your information from the hospital. Can you do that for us now?
Yes, sir, Council. Thank you. First off, I spoke with Todd Overview this morning, and his information is up to date as of last night for the hospital and this morning on some testing. And he advised that they continue to see steady numbers of positives through their testing. Capacity at the hospital is still limited. Their med-surg unit is at 100% on licensed occupancy, and the hospital is at 89% total capacity. They're only testing through physician orders at LCMC during business hours, or the ER if the patient feels it's an emergency. So their ICU beds, they have 6 licensed beds. 4 of those are occupied. All 13 of the med-surg beds are full. And currently at this time, 9 o'clock this morning, they had 10 COVID positive inpatient in the hospital. After talking to Todd, I talked to Martha at Department of Health, and just the report for the state. Lincoln County is at 461 total cases, 6 deaths, and 165 recovered, with 8,817 total tests for Lincoln County. Since Friday, some of the biggest totals we've seen through Department of Health in Lincoln County, we've seen 49 new cases since Friday up through this morning with no report today. The Martha over at DOH next to City Hall at 111 Kansas City, they're still testing Monday through Friday, 8 to 10:30. Their website is up for pre-registration, which helps them process more tests each day in a timely manner. And they just ask that you stay in your vehicle and call the number provided if there's any information that you need or that they can help you with. And they're going to continue to test and keep that site available. Also talked with Sergeant Melinda Soshi that's heading up the site here at 541 Sutter at Station 1 next to the pool. And they started with 725 total tests. They've completed 308, and they will be in business over there testing until they complete the 417 tests they have left. That website to register is E as in Edward, truenorth.com. And then that'll get you through the registration, and the hours of operation there are from 3 p.m. to 7. And if y'all have any questions, I'll try to answer those for you, Mayor.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? And most of those tests are gotten back within 24 to 48 hours, what I'm understanding. So.
Yes, sir. The test site here by the fire station is less than 48. And Martha said right now they're looking at about 4 days turnaround at Department of Health.
Okay. And again, we remind everyone that test is free. And you just need to go online to do I need COVID-19 test.com or whatever. And you can also get there from the village website and sign up for a time. And again, you can just drive through, you stay in your car, and they're administering those tests. So we appreciate that. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I think what I'd like to go ahead and do is move on, since we have some new employees out in the lobby. And we're burning daylight with those guys, so we can do that. Jeffrey, would you tell me, do we have, who's out there?
We got one new employee and 2 promotions.
Okay, is Gavin Garcia there?
He is.
Okay, you know, send him in. Gavin Garcia was hired October 26th, 2020, and he is with the Parks and Rec. And so we don't want to embarrass you, Gavin. We just want to, I know it's hard to get a look at us, but you know your city manager over here, Tim Dodge.
Welcome aboard,
Mayor Pro
Gavin.
Tem Rafa Salas, and I'm Lynn Crawford. John Cornelius, we're glad to have you aboard, and we'll let you know that anytime you need us that we're here, and hopefully you have a long time employment here with the village. Are you from Ruidoso?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Okay, do you have anything you want to ask us, or?
No.
Okay, well, we appreciate you coming in and introducing yourself. And again, our door's always open. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. All right, we've been able to get some new hires in the community, and we're excited about that. We're also have some promotions from within. Is there somebody else out there?
Cassandra and Halen are both up.
Okay, yeah, we'll send in Halen Anderson. She has been promoted to Staff Accountant 1, and she's been pretty impressive. And this is Halen. Come on in, Halen. You know Tim?
Now, forgive me, what was your previous position?
The library, and before then I worked at the college.
Oh,
So I
okay.
kind of seen you around.
Okay, I'm Lynn. Nice to see you.
Nice to
Welcome
see
aboard.
Thank you.
We're already hearing really good things about you, so that you're pretty sharp. So we're
That's
always
good.
happy to get sharp people around, and hopefully you enjoy your time here.
I love it.
Awesome.
I love it.
Great.
You guys are awesome.
Good.
Great.
Thank you very much. Is
Thank
there anything you want to ask of us, or something you want to say?
No.
Not yet. You hadn't been here long enough.
No, I don't know. All I have to say is I apologize for my messy hairdo.
Oh, you're fine. Well, thank you. Welcome
Thank you.
aboard, and we're glad to have you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
You bet. Next is Cassandra. And Cassandra has been here. She's now in Human Resources. She's a Human Resource Generalist 2. And she's been very impressive. She knows, I think, everybody in here already. Do you know her,
Yes.
Raffle?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
How are you,
And she's
Cassandra?
been very helpful. Thank you very much, dear. She came through for us on some COLA information that I'll tell you guys about. She's pretty smart with the spreadsheets and all that stuff. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
We're glad to have you, and glad you got to go promote within.
Thank you.
And also more community service. She serves on the Region 9 Head Start Parent Policy Council. That's there.
Yeah.
All right.
So who's
Thank
gonna
you.
keep those guys in line now?
We're trying to find somebody right now.
So with these internal promotions, that it gives other things that are opening up within the administration that we have here. So thank you very much. We're
Thank you.
excited.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Irma. And then we have a few other promotions.
Did we come back from the recess?
No.
One is Benjamin Tanner. and he has been promoted to lieutenant in the fire department. And then Cade Hall is now been promoted to fire captain. So that's pretty awesome that we're able to do that. And you know, these are not positions we're creating out of thin air. These are positions that we've needed to fill. Back in March, I think it was, when the COVID started, we had an emergency meeting with the council, and we froze the budget and cut any expenditures, froze positions and things like that. So, okay, now we resume with our regularly scheduled programming. And does everyone, the council, do you have the supporting paperwork for the new restaurant beer and wine liquor license for premises for Tina's? Okay. And we have a representative from Tina's Cafe, I was told. Would that person please speak up? If you want to.
Hi, everyone. We're here.
Okay, good. So who am I speaking with?
This is Tina and Annie.
Tina and Annie. That must be Annie. Okay, well, welcome, guys. Sorry it took us so long. We didn't have all the supporting documentation. But since this is a public hearing and we did not have anyone that wrote in or said anything, and we didn't have anybody write in wishing to speak on this matter, Irma?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. Does any of the council have anything to ask on this while we're in public hearing, public portion? Okay, we'll close the public portion and ask the council for a motion, or if you have any questions of Tina or Annie. Can I get a motion?
Mayor Jackson.
Yes.
Mayor Jackson. Move to approve the new restaurant beer, wine, liquor license for on-premises consumption with patio service to be used at the business known as Tina's Cafe, located at 2825 Sudworth Drive, Suites B and C, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Councilor Jackson,
Aye.
Councilor Salas,
Aye.
Councilor Eby,
Aye.
Councilor Letterman,
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin,
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius.
Aye.
All righty. Well, thank you, Tina and Annie. I'm sorry all the drama of getting the paperwork. And we're glad for you. You've been a great addition, and I love your pies and the other things that I eat when I get to go in.
Thank you, guys.
So thank
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Crawford, council, the councilman, and all right, appreciate so much.
All right, thank you, guys. All right, we'll move on to item number 2. Is the appeal of Planning Commission's decision to deny case number CU 2020-0550. Tyler and Tamara Stuckey, applicants, 2213 Sudworth Drive, request for a mobile vending stand in conjunction with Tall Pines Beer and Wine Garden to provide food to customers located within a C3 Midtown Commercial District. This was postponed from the October 13th, 2020 regular council meeting. Okay, and
That would be Samantha. Right?
yep, Samantha, do you have, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. This case was heard August the 13th, case number 2020-0550. It is located at 2213 Sudworth Drive. The applicant was requesting a conditional use approval to place a mobile vending stand in conjunction with their existing business, Tall Pines Beer and Wine Garden, to provide food to customers at 2213 Sudworth Drive. In their application, they stated they'd like to have the food truck in operation Friday through Sunday, starting as soon as possible through Labor Day to help finances lost due to our restrictions with COVID-19. They would have rotate having the food truck between both of their locations. one here and also in their Alamogordo location. The truck would be in Alamogordo most of the time. We'd like to have the truck for holiday weeks such as Thanksgiving, Christmas, spring break, in Ruidoso, since the town is busy here during those times. Give our local tourists other options, especially in the evening hours when a lot of restaurants are closed and operating at 50% capacity. The hours of operation would be 11:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. We'd offer a variety of food from Asian, Mexican, Italian, and American style foods. The menu would rotate weekend to weekend. As far as waste go, they have a dump station they would use in Alamogordo every week. They stated we would appreciate your consideration with this as we're trying to keep our head above water during these difficult times as a small business owner. We did receive 2 letters of opposition on this case here. To cut to why they were denied, just based solely on the code, when you look up the definition of convenience foods, it's defined as an establishment whose principal business is the sale of foods, frozen desserts, or beverages in the consumer in a ready-to-eat state for consumption either within the premises or for carry-out with consumption either on or off the premises, and whose design and principal method of operation includes the following characteristics. 1, foods, frozen foods, and beverages are usually served in edible containers or in paper, plastic, or other disposable containers. 2, the customer is not served food at his table by an employee but receives it at a counter, window, or similar facility for carrying to another location for consumption, either on or off the premises. So if you take that into consideration with the code, convenience foods are regulated under conditional uses, and they have to fall under the same limitations as automobile service stations as set forth in subsection C2A. And that has some portions that are not applicable to this operation. However, B states the total site area shall not be less than 12,000 square feet. Unfortunately, this property is right around 7,000 square feet. So just by that definition, they are not meeting the requirements to be approved to have a conditional use of a mobile vending unit.
Okay. Do we have any other comments from staff? Okay. And so, and did you have any, I know she said she stated that she had some letters coming in, and then I noticed on the supporting data that there's several letters from neighbors there in opposition. Did you have anything, Irma, come in?
Mayor Crawford, members of the governing body, the clerk's office did not receive any correspondence either in favor or against this public hearing since it has been advertised through our office.
Okay. All right, and I know the council's had plenty of time to review this. So are the applicants on? They wanted to say something? Our representative?
Mayor Crawford, I believe you do have a representative joining us through Zoom.
This is Tyler and Tamara Stuckey.
Okay, do you need to tell them, go over the rules on this thing, or read them any kind of a?
Mayor, since this is an appeal coming before you guys, there needs to be an oath or swearing in of any witnesses.
Okay.
I don't know if Mr. Stuckey has a way to show video. Mr. Stuckey?
Mr. Stuckey, do you have a way to show video, or are you on the telephone? Just telephone?
Just on the telephone.
Okay, we'll just have to take his verbal.
Okay. Where you are located at this moment, Mr. Stuckey, if you could please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Tyler Stuckey.
Do you hereby swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours, Mr. Stuckey.
We appreciate it, council members and mayor. You know, obviously this is tough times for everybody that's in the hospitality industry and most of the industries here in Ruidoso. And, you know, we'll be hitting our 4-year anniversary next weekend, and have lived in the community previously for about 4 years, and now we're going on our 5th year this go around. We obviously would like for you guys to consider for us to have that. We are losing quite a bit of revenue. You know, her rolls went from 50% now to 25% on the inside, and now she's closing us down at 10 o'clock. So it's impacted us. Currently, we're trending about between the two locations, about $2,500 to $3,000 less per week in sales, which is quite a bit from a tax perspective and as well as income perspective for everybody involved. So, like I said, I would appreciate it that you guys consider this. Obviously, we're not asking for full time. We're asking for variance to help us out through this. And then when things get clear, if it's this new vaccine or whatever it is, then, reapproach it and say, okay, now let's go through the proper paperwork to make it happen, either full time or whatever we need to. But we are asking for some help and some consideration on this.
Okay, thank you. All right, and is it proper during this exact procedures right here that the council can ask any questions of the man, of Mr. Stuckey?
Mayor Crawford, yes, that would be up to.
Okay. Does any of the council have any questions that they'd like to address to Mr. and Mrs. Stuckey?
Mayor, I have one.
Okay, it's Councilor Coughlin.
So, Mr. Stuckey, I just want to know, prior to the COVID restrictions, how have you handled the food items at your establishment? Did you have an internal kitchen? Was it grab and go, or how was that handled?
Since the COVID, we originally, of course, we were approved through the health department and everything, but we actually had cheese platters previously. Just didn't require a main kitchen, and currently we don't have that as well, just because of the going back and forth and everything with the COVID stuff. So it's made it pretty challenging from that perspective.
Because you have a beer and wine, not a beer and wine, you have a brewer's license, correct? So you're not required to have food at this time. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Coughlin. Do you have any other follow-up questions?
So then, this isn't really, this is more about expanding your menu than it is continuing business the way that you had operated before then.
Yes, we own this food truck, and yes, it is. It would be expanding the menu technically.
I'm not sure if anybody could understand that. Some of us here, that was pretty garbled. Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, I said that our food truck that we own is approved through the health department and environmental department. And yes, it would be expanding the menu to help us offset a lot of the costs that we've lost since this pandemic.
Okay. All right. Any of the counselors have any other questions? Okay. Then we'll close the public portion of this, and then we just need a roll call for a verdict on this at this time.
Need a motion, I believe.
Is it just a standard motion? Okay, so we need a motion to approve or to deny.
We don't go into discussion between the council now?
Well, yeah, you go into discussion if you'd like. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I just have a comment on this, is that I know that the businesses have been hit pretty hard, and I know that certain ones have been hit harder than others. Now, there is a point there as far as, and I know it does go against the ordinances a little bit, but we have been working with businesses trying to help them stay afloat or at least survive until the end of, hopefully this ends. So with the way I see it there, I don't see a problem that, and sure, it is an expansion of, but when you're looking at the depriving of 75% or sometimes maybe a little less, but say 75% now of your possible income, there is, to me, a little bit of leeway that might be able to be granted as far as trying to at least recover some revenue as far as staying afloat. So with I think that if we looked at it in a way that it could be, have some provisions in there to allow something, but put the stipulation in there that once all of this is over, that once business can get back to a higher percentage, at least, maybe not 175% on a ongoing basis, then as was brought forth by the applicant, that view the case and go back and try to just say, follow the guidelines of the ordinance. So that's a suggestion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, Jackson.
I'm not totally heartless, but as I read through everything that was said during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, it was clear to me that both Commissioner Byers and Chairman Flack were really struggling with this. On the one hand, the greater good, on the other hand, what our ordinances are. If we look at page 15, where Zach Cook clearly sets, our learned counsel, clearly states that the ordinance doesn't allow it. And that it would be an just objective and abjective violation of the ordinance. So the real question is not about the food truck, but rather or not, do we adhere to the rule of law in the ordinance or do we not? And under the executive order that you gave it clearly didn't quite fit what this was about. Because we're not talking about tents and expanding seating outside at all. We're talking about a venue of a vending truck. And so it's it's quite a stretch, with all respect to Commissioner Evie, it's quite a stretch for me to take on all three things at once and say, well, why do we have the ordinance?
Okay.
And Mayor, this is Coughlin, and I would agree with Councilor Jackson. You know, it's stated in here that there's references to some of the easing of restrictions we've made on outdoor patios, and those restrictions were lifted in order to offset the loss of their interior dining because of regulations that have come down from the state. To me, this isn't about expanding the dining space. This is about changing the operations of a business and expanding their offerings, which are two completely different things. And unfortunately, you know, like Councilor Jackson said, you know, this is a tough time. And I appreciate the fact that many businesses are having to become flexible and creative in ways to generate revenues. But at the same time, I don't think that there's any correlation between expanding outdoor patios and adding a food truck, which, you know, by the ordinance that Mr. Cook referenced, it needs to be a 7,000 square foot site, and this is 5,000 square feet less than that. So, well, yeah, that's 12,000, and this is only 7,000 square feet, so it's quite a bit less. So, I disagree with Councilor Eby, and I think this is something completely different. We're talking apples and oranges here.
Anyone else? Okay, if there's no further discussion by the council.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
This is Tyler again.
Yes, sir.
So when it comes to the I've been in the beverage industry, beer and wine, and restaurant industry basically for 27 years. So when the restaurants are asking to expand their seating outside or wherever it was because of the revenue. That's all it was. It was if you're not saying it's because of the revenue, and we're completely not talking apples and oranges, but truly it was because of the revenue. You know, we've been involved in this community 4 years. We've helped out a lot of charities. We've donated to numerous charities in this town because they needed help. And that's what we've come back to do, is ask you guys for help on this. That's it. It's a very simple deal. We're not saying permanently. We're saying to help our business out. Not only does it help us out, it helps workers out in town, since we've had to lay several people off. But it also generates tax revenue when you're in downtown and you want to get something to eat and it's late at night and nothing's open. So there's a positive for all of this, and yes, there was, there's rules being bent for other places and changes and this and that, and we're just asking the same thing here for us. That's it.
Okay. Any other comments from the council? Okay, then I would entertain a motion at this time.
So, Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay.
I'll move to uphold the denial of case number CU-2020-0550, Tyler and Tamara Stuckey applicants, 2213 Sutter Drive, request for a mobile vending stand in conjunction with Tall Pines Beer and Wine Garden to provide food for customers located within a C3 Midtown Commercial District.
Jackson, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any final discussion? None? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Councilor Coughlin,
Aye.
Councilor Jackson,
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius,
Aye.
Councilor Salas,
Nay.
Councilor Letterman,
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
No.
Okay, that has 4 to uphold and 2 to not. So the motion is denied, Mr. and Mrs. Stuckey. And I'm sorry for the tough times. All right, the next item up is item number 3, is the appeal of Planning Commission's decision to deny case SP 2020-0289, Jesse Townsend, applicant, 525 Resort Drive, James Townsend, Tract 1A, designation of property to CPUD, Commercial Planned Unit Development, with site plan and concept approval to include campground and recreational activities within a 5-acre tract. And this was postponed from October 13th, 2020 meeting. And I must have hit the wrong button here. So is this?
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and councilors, our attorney, Zach Cook, has received confirmation from Mr. Townsend's attorney, Liam Griffin, that this item will not be heard today, and they are going to continue working with the Community Development Department as well as the Planning Commission to pursue another avenue of developing his existing tract. And so we are in the process, and we're going to continue to help him and guide him through the code.
Okay, so do we need a motion to remove this item or to?
I think Zach was gonna give it's actually withdraw, so I think Zach was gonna make a statement.
Okay, Zach Cook.
Start over again, Zach.
Time out, Zach. I don't know what's going on with our speakers. It's garbled.
Hello?
No.
No?
Okay.
That's
I
better.
can hear you then.
Okay, let me get closer to the.
There you go.
Okay, so I got a letter recently from Liam Griffin, who's Mr. Townsend's attorney, and he had prepared a formal pleading, looks like a court pleading that basically runs down the whole history of the case. Mr. Griffin and I have shared emails. Mr. Townsend has sent me emails too. Your staff has worked very hard trying to resolve this issue, and Jesse's working very closely with them. So ultimately, at the end of the day, this matter that's been pending for several months, is now dismissed and is no longer an active case. And Samantha and her staff are continuing to work with Mr. Townsend to develop his property the way that both parties can agree to. So this matter is now off the table.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Cook. So we will move on to item number 4, and that is ordinance 2020-08, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico General Obligation Bonds, GO bonds, Series 2020, in the aggregate principal amount of $1,500,000 for the purpose to enlarge, improve, and or extend the production and distribution components of the village's water system, providing that the Series 2020 bonds will be payable from ad valorem taxes levied on all taxable property within the village. And so I believe,
Mayor,
yes, ma'am, go ahead, Judy.
This is our ordinance allowing us to issue our Series 2020 GO bonds. As you recall, we are on a GO bond cycling program where we go out to the voters every 2 years and ask them to continue the property tax to help offset infrastructure additions to our water system. And this is just our routine ordinance taking the village, giving them the ability to issue 1.5 million in GO bond debt. We're hoping that they'll be issued around December. And if you have any questions, I'll take them right now.
Okay. And to remind everyone, this has already been voted on by the public, and we're just going to market to actually get the cash. And I think that we have Chris Muirhead on too. Would you like to say something, Mr. Muirhead?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Judy has summed it up well. One slight shift on this ordinance from what you've seen in the past is just that it provides the option to either come back to the council with the subsequent resolution to accept the pricing, or to delegate it to you as the mayor to accept the pricing. And that just provides flexibility to the village in terms of marketing the bonds. The ordinance provides for either option. I just want to throw that out.
Okay, thanks, sir. Do you have any just an educated guess on what we're looking at on rates?
I did talk to the financial advisor earlier today, and he was going to run some numbers, and we're sending out the bids. But a GO bond, which is the most secure of public debt, is very low at this point. I mean, this is not rated GO bond, but I would expect it still to be, under 3%.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Chris, can you just, I know I ask you this every time this comes up, but can you just confirm to the people out there that the way these bonds have been structured is it's not an increase in the tax, it's a continuation. So most property owners won't really see a property tax increase due to this bond.
Yes, Mayor, Councilor, that's exactly right. This is, as Judy mentioned, set up as a revolving program so that the mill levy is set for debt service would stay the same. And as debt rolls off, new debt is added. It is voter approved. And through that, it's understood also that it is not anticipated to have any increase on your mill levy.
Okay. Was there any public input? Anybody calling in or writing in on this, Mrs. Devine?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Crawford, members of the governing body, we have received no correspondence either in favor or against the consideration of the adoption of this ordinance.
Okay. I'm sorry, I asked your question.
You sure did,
Right
man.
there. Sorry, buddy.
Stepping on my toes.
Yep. All right. Well, if there's no other public input, we'll close that portion and go to the council. Is there any further discussion by the council?
Mayor, I'll make the motion.
Okay, you go right ahead, ma'am.
I'll make a motion to accept the ordinance 2020-08, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico General Obligation GO bonds Series 2020 in the aggregate principal amount of $1,500,000 for the purpose to enlarge, improve, and/or extend the production and distribution components of the village's water system, providing that the Series 2020 bonds will be payable from ad valorem taxes levied on all taxable property within the village.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
Okay, and we have any last discussion? Okay, roll call, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Councilor Letterman,
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius,
Aye.
Councilor Jackson,
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin,
Aye.
Councilor Salas,
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
All right, thank you, folks. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
And we're looking forward to all the improvements. We've made quite a dent in what we've been working on. So, all right, move on to item number 5, ordinance 2020-09, an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a loan agreement to the New Mexico Finance Authority, NMFA, in the aggregate principal of $7 million for the purpose of financing, constructing, and equipping a magistrate court facility. And this is pretty exciting stuff. So here to discuss this is Judy Starkovich, our financial director. Go ahead, Judy.
Mayor and councilors, this is the ordinance allowing the village to enter into a loan agreement with New Mexico Finance Authority for the construction of the magistrate court here in town. It is currently set at an amount of $7 million, but as you know, on November 23rd, the design construction will be opened by the state, and hopefully we'll have a better amount of the financing amount that we'll have to borrow in order to build the complex. And this will go along with the repayment of the debt will be supported by a lease from the AOC that will pay off the debt.
Okay. Was there any public input, any calls or emails or anything on this one, Irma?
Mayor Crawford, members of the governing body, we did not receive any correspondence either in favor or against this ordinance.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's none, no more public, we'll close the public portion, bring it to the council. Does the council have any questions, comments? We've about rode this horse to the end of the road.
Yep.
So, Mayor,
yes,
this agenda item is just for authorizing the loan agreement, but within this was a draft lease. And I know I've always had issue with things, but I thought we were talking about more than 25 parking spaces for the public, because this lease indicates 25 shared parking spaces and 22 secure fenced parking spaces. I thought we were talking about more than 25. And it does indicate that on Exhibit B, that Exhibit B, many of the exhibits are blank at the end of that draft lease. Or is that something not to worry about right now because that's not what we're approving?
Okay, does everyone understand that?
Sort of.
Okay, that he was under the impression there was more than 25 shared parking spaces. He understands there's 22 secured fenced parking spaces, but this is it's not the final agreement. This is the what do you call it?
It's a draft.
A draft. And so I guess we still have time for that. Is that pretty accurate, Councilor Coughlin?
Yeah, that was basically the adoption of this ordinance is all about the execution and delivery of the loan agreement, but the lease agreement's not mentioned in there. So I don't know if I'm assuming the lease agreement will come back at a later time.
Yes, it will.
That is.
Because
go ahead, Judy.
once we get pricing on the loan and the actual amount of what the construction's gonna actually cost, then the lease agreement will be worked out based on those numbers.
Okay, so that probably shouldn't have been part of this packet at this point.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, this is Daniel Alsop. I think I can add a little color to that.
Okay.
The ordinance approves the forms of
Okay, hold on, Mr. Alsop. We're having some more technical difficulty. Give us just a minute. Okay, would you try it again, please?
Sure, can you hear me better now?
Not much.
Okay.
Are you close to the microphone?
Yes, sir. I'm on my phone.
Oh, you're on the phone.
And speaking as close as I can to the receiver here.
Okay, that's better now, whatever we're doing. So please continue.
Okay. Sure. Sorry about that. This is Daniel Alsop with the Modular Law Firm, and we're representing the village on this transaction. The ordinance approves the forms of the loan agreement and the lease agreement that are in the packets. And that's in section 6 of the ordinance. Certain terms of the loan agreement and the lease agreement will be finalized prior to closing. The blanks that you see in the lease agreement relate primarily or maybe exclusively to the lease payments. And because the payments will be tied directly to repayment of the loan, and the interest rate and the final amortization of the loan won't be finalized until a couple weeks from now before closing, similar to the GO bond ordinance the council just considered. Those blanks will not be filled in until that point. As Ms. Sarkovich explained, the lease payments will pay debt service on the loan, so no village revenues are pledged to payment of the loan. There's no new tax associated with it, no general fund payments or anything like that. The village is essentially a conduit, so the AOC pays the debt service, and once the loan agreement structure is finalized, those blanks in the lease agreement will be filled in. And then as far as parking spaces, that also can be finalized before closing.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alsop. And I, for one, am having a hard time remembering the number of parking lots. Councilor Cornelius, do you have any recollection?
No. It's changed
Yeah.
numerous times, but we'll also have the Horton Complex parking. We need it for overflow.
I seem to remember it was somewhere between 35 and 40. But I believe there was originally less secured parking spots. So it's almost like some of those, public spots have been moved back into the secured fencing area. Because 25 is not enough if they're gonna have a jury trial or a jury pool coming in.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, we can work with the AOC on that term in the lease agreement and make sure it meets your expectations.
Okay. All right, well, that suffices for you, Mr. Coughlin, for now?
Yeah, absolutely. We're not approving the lease at this point, so I'm good with it. I just wanted to bring that up so we can start looking at that when that time comes.
Okay. All right. Does the council have any other comments or questions? Okay, could we get a motion on this one, please?
Mayor, I move that we accept ordinance 2020-09, an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a loan agreement to New Mexico Finance Authority, NMFA, in the aggregate principal amount of $7 million for the purpose of financing, constructing, and equipping a magistrate court facility.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Councilor Letterman?
Aye.
Councilor Conklin?
Aye.
Councilor Eby?
Aye.
Councilor Salas?
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius?
Aye.
Councilor Jackson?
Aye.
All right, thank you, folks. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Now we'll move on to the regular items. Item number 1 is discussion and possible action on adoption of resolution 2020-42, a resolution supporting the acquisition of real property for the development and construction of additional athletic fields and open spaces to provide additional youth and adult sports and recreational opportunities. And so to talk to us about this one is our Parks and Rec Director, Rodney Griego.
Good afternoon, Mayor Crawford and councilors. So as you mentioned, this resolution supports the acquisition of property and construction of athletic fields. As you all are also aware, during the previous special meeting of the governing body, in consideration of another item, there was a lot of community support and concern regarding the lack of fields and potentially losing a field to another project. This item has been brought before, or the need for additional fields has been brought before the Parks and Rec Commission in the past, and I believe the governing body is aware of that as well. You know, it turns out that the expansion of Eagle Creek, once approved, does not need to permanently remove the field from inventory, but there is a need in the community for athletic field space for both youth and adult sports. Most often, all of the athletic fields we have are being used as shared space between multiple sports, and sometimes it could be even in unsafe conditions. We have a mixture of baseball, soccer, football, and so there's definitely a need. Along with that need for local and youth sports, we have expanded our youth tournaments to utilize every athletic field, not only in Ruidoso, but we also utilize fields in Ruidoso Downs, Capitan, and so if we could provide additional space, we could even grow those youth tournaments, which provide a very large economic impact. But we're currently maxed out with our field space. We have tried to utilize every resource that we have. On occasions, we do provide temporary fields on the soccer field as well, But again, we've about met our or exceeded our maximum field availability. So again, I would, like the governing body to entertain passing this resolution to support that.
Okay, does anybody have any questions of Rodney? And I think after the public hearing that we had on this, that it was very evident the public was really interested in us moving forward on that. So
I do have a question, Mayor. On the resolution itself, after reading it a couple of times, it just caught my eye right now in the now therefore paragraph, the very last paragraph. Be it resolved that the governing body of the Village of Ruidoso, that the Village of Ruidoso supports the acquisition of real property for the development and construction of additional athletic fields and open spaces to provide additional youth and adult sports and recreational opportunities within the Village of Ruidoso. To me, that's sounding that we can only buy property within our boundary limits. And I question that if it should be and/or property we own, because if there's a possibility of using airport land area out there, I believe it's annexed. Do you remember that, John? Did we annex that?
Yeah,
That whole area, right?
it's in the city limits.
So that's there. That was the only concern I have, that, if there's a possibility that we might end up, we own property in Ruidoso Downs,
But we have looked at property not in the village.
and right. So I don't know if that really makes a big difference on there. It just caught my eye that, it's within the village.
Mayor, I think that's a good point. I think we, don't limit it just to within the village.
Right.
Okay, then, so when we get a motion, if we could just express that value in or
Village-owned property.
Village-owned property. When we modify the resolution. Okay?
Mayor, I mean, we don't need to change the resolution because it's just simply a resolution, but also I would just like kind of like a simple agreement that what we're talking about is more to look at adding space to increase youth and adult local sports and not necessarily to increase tournaments. Because I hate to get to acquire more and then increase the number of tournaments with the size of the tournaments and then bump our local youth and adult sports.
I think I don't know if that's splitting hairs or maybe that's just my original take on that statement you made. I mean, the idea is for adult and youth sports, and primarily we would like to have them for our community.
Right.
But I don't know that we could stipulate or would want to stipulate that they could only be used for that and not for the occasional tournament. Do we have any other input on that?
I don't want to put a stipulation in here, but it just, down at the very bottom where it says now therefore be it resolved, it just says additional youth and adult sports and recreational opportunities. But the intent, I believe, the way I understood it during our last discussions was to increase the number of opportunities for our local youth and adult sports. So I just don't want to see this as a method to increase those fields and then we start bringing in even bigger tournaments or more tournaments and things like that because we have more space, because that doesn't serve the purpose. And not to say that this field is only going to be used for local stuff, but just it's more going to be like an operational thing for Parks and Rec, because we know Rodney's not going to be with us forever. And at some point there's going to be a change of command there, but it's just that it's out there that is the intent of this, is that it's we don't necessarily, we're not doing this to increase the tournament size or number of tournaments.
Okay. Any of the counselors have any comments on that, or is that something that we would want to direct staff and operations of the fields, or?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
I think that they will be multi-use. There's a shortage of practice fields now.
Right.
So they will be used by the village teams. And then if Rodney has opportunities to use them in addition, but not in conflict with local use, I think that's even better. Get multi-use out of them.
Would it be a big ordeal if we just?
Okay. So do we want to adopt the resolution as written, or are you wanting to make modifications to the resolution?
Mr. Mayor Jackson, it seems the way it's written, it's open enough to interpretation that it, in keeping with, I think, what Councilor Coughlin was going for. We don't want to make it restrictive and prohibitive. And I think the way it's written is fine. It's open enough to further interpretation down the road.
We'll make any comments on that.
Okay, and that way we could direct staff on the operations of it.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, Councilor Jackson is so much more eloquent than I am with less words.
See, our village attorney, Zach Cook, would like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Zach.
Mayor, Council, I drafted that resolution. Just my understanding of the goal of that was for the governing body to express its support in the community of going out and finding new properties to develop for outdoor activities, including softball and baseball. So what you do after this is simply showing that support, and what y'all do, and the details of how y'all do it in the future are yet to be determined and written.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good with that then.
Okay, thank you, Zach. So we'll need a motion to accept is what I'm looking for.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2020-42, a resolution supporting the acquisition of real property for the development and construction of additional athletic fields and open spaces to provide additional youth and adult sports and recreation opportunities in the community.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I think it was Councilor Eby. Roll call, please.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't.
Councilor Salas,
Aye.
Councilor Eby,
Aye.
Councilor Letterman,
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin,
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius,
Aye.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, folks. Item number 2, discussion and possible action on lease agreement with Ruidoso Snow Play and Ice Skating LLC for additional expansion and expanded season of operation and amenities. And I believe that Rodney's going to speak to this one too.
Again, thank you, Mayor Crawford, councilors. So the lease agreement that we have today is a culmination of some meetings that we had regarding the specifics to put into the lease. I have some highlighted portions in the lease that were brought to our attention, or through that councilors had questions on, and so I left that in place. That way it would be easier to note where those additions or changes had been made. Some of the important aspects of the lease include an updated term of a total of 50 years. The first term would include the flat rate payment at $166,400 or $166,418 including 10% of gross revenues of the summer operations. The second 15-year period would include the adjusted flat rate payment with 12% of the gross revenues of the summer operations. And the third period would be third period would be total of 20 years, including 15% of the gross revenues of the summer operations. We also noted, or we clarified the term season of operations to it was changed to winter operations. So that winter operations are going to continue to be operated and billing of utilities as they have previously. Mr. Dor, the payment of the utilities includes all of the utilities will be billed to Mr. Dorgan. There is a point of clarification on the raw water outside the operation of the winter months, which the village will pay for the raw water associated with the growing of the turf on the athletic fields and all maintenance performed on the athletic fields. We also clarified that the use of parking on A and B field is just will be only occurring during the winter operations. Therefore, it won't impact the summer operations for recreation for adult and youth sports. Let's see. Another important aspect of the lease includes the current or a change in the billing for the raw water rate. The current rate is billed at $2 per 1,000 gallons. Eric Boyda had previously performed a rate study on the true cost to produce that raw water. The study, the number that came out of the study was $4.97 per 1,000 gallons. And so that is also included in the lease. There's some additional language that provides the water utility with the authority to access the property year-round to develop the well field as required for maintenance or future projects. Let me see.
And by that means the utilities, the electrical and things like that to get the water there. That's where that extra monies came from when he did a rate study. That was all included.
Yes. Yes, sir. Included in that rate study includes all of the utilities in order to pump the wells, again, to cover the true cost of producing that water.
Okay.
I think that about covers the main changes and the notes that were brought up by the governing body and the Parks and Rec Commission. I will stand for questions if you all have anything that I may have missed or if I need to clarify.
Yeah, Rodney, it's Councilor Salas. On the other utility services, you got that highlighted. It says there that the RISP shall install and provide its own expenses. I'm kind of reading that. Is he going to put his own meter in to do that, or just do it like how we've always done and just bill them?
So if there was a need for a new utility service per the Reynosa Winter Park operations, it would be installed at his expense. Currently, the majority of all the meters are, I believe all of them are billed to the village of Reynosa, and then our finance department forwards those bills.
You're breaking up, Rod. Still breaking up.
So, can you hear me any better?
It's still breaking up, Rod.
It's the technology.
Rodney, give it another shot.
Okay, so currently, all of the utilities.
Pick up the mic and go closer to the TV.
Susan, we can hear you.
Can you hear me better, Mayor?
Yes,
Crawford?
sir, yes. Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay, so currently the way the utility services are handled is that the majority of the utilities are in the village of Ruidoso's name.
Right.
And so all of those utilities, the bills are forwarded to Ruidoso Snowplay by the finance department. I do believe there is one meter that is out there that is solely the responsibility of Ruidoso Snowplay, and that is submitted directly to Ruidoso Snowplay. And so if there was a need in the future for additional utilities that were for 100% for his operations, he would provide that, pay for the full cost of the installation of those utilities.
Okay, thank you, Rod, because what my next question is, I mean, to me, I think it's going to be pretty difficult to separate the summer operation utility use.
If I may explain that to try to help clarify that, I would, if that would be okay.
Yes.
So there are the water bill, the treated water bill, the electricity that is tied to the concession building, let's see, the telephone and the internet, the dumpsters, the solid waste bill is all would be the responsibility of Ruidoso Snowplay year-round. The only change which would occur seasonally is the meter associated with the field lights. That is a separate meter, and the metering of the raw water. And so typically on an annual basis, what happens is, as the Parks and Recreation Director, I submit a request to the Finance Department to convert the raw water bill, either direct it to Ruidoso Snowplay or divert it back to the village. And so I will continue that practice. And so typically at the end of his winter operation, again, on a certain date that's in agreement with Ruidoso Snowplay and the Parks Department, we make those changes. And so the same will be done with that electric meter that's associated with the ball field lights. Those are the only two that will run seasonally.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, anyone else have any questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a question. Rodney's right here. But in the definition between winter and summer, the summer goes through October 15th. So there's 16 days that are missing in that period, but they're not missing in the winter. Why are we missing 16 days in summer?
So typically, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So typically, our last tournament is the first weekend in October, and so the date of that, could change a little bit, and it allows us just a little bit of flexibility if we wanted to host. I didn't want to have a hard date. I don't need the whole month of October, and I think that would negatively impact their preparations of Ruidoso Winter Park. But at the same time, I don't have a definitive date where my last tournament will be held. And so I just wanted it to be in the middle of the month to provide both parties with a little bit of flexibility. That's not absolutely necessary. That Mr. Dorgan and Ruidoso Snowplay has always been very flexible with us with our tournaments. That's just a date that I had put in there that I felt that would provide us with a little bit of latitude on that last tournament date.
But since the utilities are being billed based on the season, we now have that no man land there of 16 days that then, and I'm not saying Mr. Gorgon would do this, but at some point, Mr. Gorgon's not going to be around operating it anymore. Somebody could come in and say, well, we're not paying it for those last 16 days because that's not part of the summer season and it's not part of the winter season. So it almost seems like just extend the summer season to October 31st with an agreement that allows them to come in and start prepping for it if we don't have anything going on. But it says a 6-month period from May 1st through October 15th, but that's not a 6-month period. It's 5.5 months. Small.
Right, I understand. It would work either way. So again, this is not in the agreement, but the way that the bills are handled is I send a request to the finance department to end those billings. It could work either way.
I just always like things black and white because at some point, we're not going to be here, he's not going to be here, and then there's going to come up to interpretation with somebody else who may have a completely different interpretation and we have an argument about it. So I just always look at agreements should be black and white and not open to, well, that's what we meant, because how do you prove intent later on?
So we can go ahead and move that date to the 31st, Rodney?
31st, yeah.
I believe that would be okay, yes.
Okay, so we'll need to make that change on that. So on the summer operations on page 4 of 27, May 1st to October 31st, we need to get that changed. Can you make that happen, Ms. Devine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any other comments or questions? I guess you noted that the locals get a 25% discount. The seniors get a 50% discount and juniors get a 50% discount on daily use at Snowplay. That's put in there.
That's really good. You ready for a motion, Mayor?
Yes, I'm ready.
Mayor, I move to approve the lease agreement with Ruidoso Snow Play and Ice Skating LLC for additional expansion and expanded season of operations and amenities with the amendment in Article 4 purpose. The summer operation hours will read May 1st to October 31st.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Apologize, Councilor Salas got started on that so fast that I wanted to mention that in my final review of this agreement last night and today before the meeting, I did see some minor errors that are not substantive, but I think that you guys, I don't necessarily need to go through them all. It's mostly just like striking where it refers to an ice skating rink and things like that were buried into this agreement that I ended up striking. And then I made one little change to one of the recitals at the beginning. But if you wouldn't mind amending your motion just to include any minor revisions that legal has seen in my final review of the contract, that'd be great.
Especially with respect to the terminology ice skating, even though it's in the company name.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
would Councilor Salas be amenable to a friendly amendment to adopt the changes that are editorial corrections as presented by council today?
Yes.
I so move.
Okay.
One more friendly clarification is Councilor Salas referenced the change to the season in Article 4, but it's also in Article 6.2 in the lease year where it defines those dates as well.
I make that amendment too.
Okay, I see it now, 6.2. It's highlighted in yellow. I just read over it. Okay, so we're making the, he's accepted the friendly amendment from Councilor Jackson and from Councilor Salas So is Counselor Jackson the one that made the second?
From the original motion, John did.
Oh, Cornelius?
Mayor Crawford, what I have on the record is Counselor Salas made the original motion, and that was seconded by Counselor Cornelius.
Okay, so we need Counselor Cornelius to accept the amendments too, right?
I do. I second all the amendments.
Okay, he so moves. Okay, so any other final discussion? Okay, roll call, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Counselor Louderman? Okay, aye.
Counselor Eby.
Was that you, Joe? You're cutting out.
No.
I'm sorry, try that again, Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 3 under regular items is discussion and possible action on award of RFP number 2021-001P for bank depository services to Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. as the most responsive and qualified offerer. And I know that we have Judy and John Commander. Who's up, John?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We advertised this procurement on September 8th in 3 regional newspapers and also listed it up on the village website. We had a proposal submission deadline of September 25th, and we later amended that to October 9th to give everybody plenty of time to submit proposals. We received proposals from 4 different banks, and after evaluation, the evaluation committee was all in agreement to award the RFP to Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. for RFP 2021-001P. And I'll stand for any questions, and Judy's available as well.
Okay, I know we have several counselors that would like, our services broken up into smaller amounts for insurability functions and all the different deposits and things that we've written, so that some of our smaller local banks would have the ability to bid on that. And I know that's an only comment that we've talked about. Do any of the other counselors have any comments?
I view, Mayor, one reason I don't favor Wells Fargo, one of many, is they don't accept cash when you try to make a deposit. My son has a checking account there for the purpose when we established this, when he was going to school in Albuquerque. And I went in there and always was been able to deposit money in his account. And last summer, maybe even longer than that, I went to go put in $100 and they wouldn't accept it. They asked me if I was on the account, said no. If I had an account there, no. Of course, they wanted me to open up an account. And I said, I never will, because I don't know what bank in the United States of America that does not accept cash for a deposit. So just that really just bothered me. And then as I saw more of the services that they rendered to another account I'm an associate with, it's not feasible for the village. And I agreed on, I think Councilor Coughlin mentioned it at last week on the point system, that, what was it? They didn't have 10 extra points because of not being a
local bank,
being a local bank or something like that. I couldn't understand that, why the other banks weren't advertised. Now, we've always been with Ruidoso State Bank from, I believe, since incorporation. There might have been a couple of changes that I'm familiar with, that we went to Washington Bank. I think it might have been First Federal then. And that was a smaller bank handling the same accounts that we do, and they did provide it. But then when we went out for RFP again, I believe that's when it finally switched to Wells Fargo. But I didn't catch, Tim, you were talking about when we go out for RFP next year or something, that you would have changes to it to.
Mayor, Council, I believe if you all were to reject this, we could restructure it and rebid it. We wouldn't be able to make any awards today. Or we can wait till next year and then restructure the RFP to, split it up as has been suggested into smaller deposits that would be able to be collateralized at that level. I believe the smaller banks just couldn't collateralize the amount of.
Judy, do you see any issue with that?
It'll just make the accounting harder, because then I'll have 5 different banks that we're trying to reconcile, whereas now I know that all my statements are done at the same time and I can download them really quick. And so having different banks means that we're going to have, if we write checks from all those different banks, I'm going to have to make sure that I'm writing the check out of the right account. What I could suggest is we could go back to hitting on extra cash that the village has. When I came here, and in my past experience, we've always put extra cash out to bid to the local banks in smaller amounts. However, when I came back here, and we were doing that, I wasn't getting a lot of bid responses from the local banks. And I don't know if that's because of deposit issues, but we could go and try something like that again, to where we bid out a CD for maybe $1 million or 4 CDs at $250 and try to divvy up some of the monies that way. We can go and try that also. But as far as the banking, it just makes it easier for us if all our accounts are at one bank.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
Judy,
Councilor Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, could you refresh our memories too in our earlier discussions about D2 mandatory specifications? That seems to be the deal breaker. Even if you were looking between Wells Fargo and Washington Fed.
Okay, where was that at again?
It's on page 6 of 6, and it's under their evaluation committee combined rating sheet. And one of the reasons that the coinage was so high for Wells Fargo fell under the mandatory specifications, which I think had to do with maximal deposits, which again, I think Judy was addressing in a different way. And I just wondered if she could further elucidate for us what those mandatory specs are and why it favored those two specifically.
So on the mandatory pledging, our deposits have to be pledged at 102% of the bank value. So a lot of times right now we have in excess of $30 million just in our checking accounts. So a lot of times the local bank can't pledge 33, well, it would be over 33 million, probably 35, $36 million to pledge those accounts. But if we went a different way and took money out of a savings account or extra reserve money that's in amount like $1 million or 500,000, and we put it out to bid to the local banks, they might be more inclined to offer CD rates that would be beneficial to the village, and then that way our excess money could be invested within the community without having to have some of those stipulations, because as you know, each account is insured by the FDIC at $250. So if a bank has 4 CDs at $250,000, they would meet those state statutes of the pledging.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Last Tuesday, I was like I said, I'm disappointed because things are.
Okay, we can't hear you, Susan.
Get closer to the mic.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, better.
Like I said, last week I was disappointed that an in-town bank didn't receive the bid because they do so much giving to our community. And I'm kind of with Rifle. I don't see a lot come out of Wells Fargo, not even customer service. But now as I'm sitting here, and Judy is totally right as far as it is extremely hard when you have writing checks to different banks. It's very easy, and being a banker, I've seen it so many times where checks get put in from a different bank that the bankers or that the Village of Ruidoso is trying to write off the check, and they're looking at First National, and it should have been First Federal. I've seen that so many times, so I understand where Judy and the committee's coming from as far as having one bank for the banking. It would be nice, like Judy said, if maybe we could do a little extra money with our CDs, try to give the banks a chance to have a little bit of our money. But in retrospect, I have to do as far as make a portion of the bank.
Okay, you're garbling up again. So,
one bank.
we're having a hard time understanding you, but I think we get the gist that at first you were in favor of going back to the drawing board on this, but after listening to Judy and from your past experience of seeing how the checking accounts can get mixed up, you agree with Judy?
I do.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Judy, correct me if I'm mistaken, but if the council chooses to award this today, it doesn't stop us to from taking the extra deposits and investing them in other banks throughout the community, does it?
No, it does not.
But it all has to be competitive on CDs and all that, right?
Yes, well, what we usually do is, let's say I have $1 million available to invest, and instead of putting into a savings account, we will call all the local banks and say, we need 4 CDs at $250,000 each. Will you give me a bid on what your CD rate would? And it's due by a certain time. And some of the banks will give us different rates for each CD, and then it would be competitive among the local banks. And then whoever's higher would win, and we would invest the money with them.
Okay, so can you explain to them the insurability? I know accounts are at $250,000, but so how is it that we're guaranteed insurability on our money?
So through a bank, the FDIC insures each account up to $250,000. So if an account is over that 250, then the bank usually has to pledge their additional investments toward that account balance. But if we kept all our CDs at 250, the FDIC insurance would take care of that requirement, and all they would have to pledge is the FDIC insurance.
That's the club.
But Judy, isn't that 250,000 total in your bank, not in individual CDs?
It's per account.
Oh, I thought, okay, maybe they changed it. At one point, it was all accounts combined. That was quite a while ago.
So one more question, I guess, Judy, what was the recommendation from the Internal Finance Committee? I thought I saw it, but I don't see it on the agenda memo.
It wasn't taken to the Internal Finance Committee.
Okay.
And I'm on that committee, and I didn't even think about asking the committee for their input on it. And we have one banker that's on it. And, so.
Well, I like the idea, to proceed with this because this is the way it went out for bid. And then, in a year, when that time comes up, that's when we can possibly look at changing some stuff. But in the meantime, like Judy implied, we can look at local banks with any extra money and CDs along the way. And I really like that idea.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think that we should vote this here. It makes sense. And Judy did make the comment that she'd be willing to work with as many banks as we wanted as long as we added a zero to her salary.
Lots of hair coloring as it falls out.
Okay.
To the left or right of the decimal.
After much discussion, we're right back around our elbow to our thumb. So can I get a motion for this?
Mayor, I'll go ahead with the motion.
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, I'll move to award RFP number 2021-001P for bank depository services to Wells Fargo Bank NA as the most responsive and qualified offerer.
Second.
No more discussion, please. Roll call, please, ma'am.
Councilor Coughlin,
Aye.
Councilor Letterman,
Aye.
Councilor Edie,
Aye.
Councilor Salas,
No, and only because I don't like Wells Fargo Bank.
Councilor Cornelius,
Aye,
Councilor Jackson.
although I agree with you.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, folks. Now we'll move on to item number 4 is discussion and possible action on revocation of business registration for Motel 6 located at 412 US Highway 70, Ruidoso, New Mexico. And I guess we have several people talking on that. Who do we want to start with today?
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask Zach to step in here. I'm gonna step up.
Okay, so our village attorney will be coming in, our manager will be stepping up. Yeah, they'll be coming in one at a time. Okay, Mr. Cook.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, we're here on a proposed revocation of the business registration license at the Motel 6, as you described earlier on the agenda item number 4. Mayor and council, the village, I believe through either the manager or Irma, contacted me earlier this year and explained to me some concerns they had out at the Motel 6. And so on January 3rd, 2020, I sent a letter to Motel 6 describing some of the issues that that the council or that the code enforcement and law enforcement was having there, and asked them to essentially hold on a minute. And let them know that the village was contemplating revocation of their business license. And then on October 9th, after that time, I didn't have anything to do with the case. My understanding was that the village and the motel had worked something out, and that those concerns were either being dealt with or had been taken care of or whatever. Mid-October, I was contacted again by the village, and your village clerk showed me a letter that she had sent to
we need somebody to mute their.
Zach, are you on the meeting?
No.
Okay, let's try it again. We've got 2 Village of Ruidosos open there. Why is that?
One must be.
Okay, go ahead, Zach, see if it's gonna let us talk now.
Okay. And so back to that January 3rd letter, what I explained to them that the village was going to hold in abeyance for 30 days their proposed revocation of their business license, at which time I believe the motel presented to the village some things, some ways that they were gonna deal with the village's issues and concerns out there. October 19th, Irma wrote the hotel and advised them at that time that the village was going to pursue a revocation of the license of their business registration. On October 21st, 3 days after Irma's letter, Motel 6, and let me explain my understanding from my conversation either with their local council or I believe it was with their local council. They since hired Richard Hawthorne as local counsel to represent them on this. But we got a letter from their general counsel, and Motel 6, the franchisee here, my understanding from Richard Hawthorne is it's one of the largest franchisees in the country for Motel 6. So I got this letter from a big firm in California, and they said, can we work with you guys? What can we do? And then on the next day, on October 22nd, I responded to that attorney and reminded him that I had sent a letter previously and that the village decided that they would hold back on the revocation as long as Motel 6 dealt with the problems out there. But at this time, the village was not in the mood. And at that time, it was now more, it was the time to bring the issue to you guys, because under our statutes, our state statutes, business license can be revoked after a hearing by the governing body. So that's what we're here for today. And after I sent the letter to the California attorney, letting them know that this matter would be on your agenda for today, that's when they engaged local counsel Richard Hawthorne, and I've had a couple of conversations with Richard Hawthorne on the matter, and we have each exchanged supporting documentation. I am not familiar with that, other than it was provided to me by Lieutenant Chavez and Mr. Simpson. I've reviewed it, but they were the ones who have conducted the investigation of this matter, or they're the ones that are answering the calls and all that stuff. So I provided what they provided to me over to Richard Hawthorne, and then yesterday he sent some exhibits over to my office. So my proposed route for this hearing would be to have Lieutenant Chavez and Mr. Simpson come in and explain to you why it is that they're concerned with the Motel 6 and why they would request that you guys revoke their business license for their failure to provide a safe spot over there. And then after their presentation to you, Mr. Hawthorne can present his side of the case to you, and then if there should be rebuttal from Mr. Chavez and Mr. Simpson if they feel that that's required. And then you guys can make the decision if you're going to revoke or not under your authority and under the New Mexico state statute. So if there are any questions, we can cover that first, and then if not, we'll move right into Lieutenant Chavez's presentation.
I think we'd like to move into the lieutenant's presentation, please. Afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, governing body, Mr. Dodge.
Huh? You want Bobby to come in too, please?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Over here, Bobby. And do we need a microphone for those guys?
Yeah, Irma's grabbing it right now. So we need the recording one too.
Will that pick up and record too?
Okay, we all set?
We're all set, ready to go.
Thank you for having us here today, this afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
And if you could, Lieutenant, talk as loud as you can, please.
Okay, will do. We come before you all today to try to get resolution for the matter of Motel 6. This issue has been going on since December of last year. Last summer, we had a high volume of calls at Motel 6 that ranged from private property crashes all the way up to violent felonies. There's been a lot of narcotics trafficking that's gone on at Motel 6. So once we were getting all of these complaints about it, we started gathering all of the resources that we could to work with them and educate them to bring these things up to standard. The last thing that we wanted to do, or as with any business in the village, is to shut them down. We want every business to be successful. So last year we had a meeting with their corporate, and we actually went down there. The building officials, the fire officials, they conducted a building inspection and a fire inspection. There were a lot of things that were brought to light during that time that they did correct, and we hadn't had too much of an issue out of them since January of this year. That meeting took place on January 3rd of this year. Fast forward to about a month ago, we started gathering more calls. Some of the same issues were starting to relapse that we had last summer. So we started looking into it, started investigating it. We got with our local narcotics unit because we had allegations of narcotics trafficking. With that, we learned that the narcotics unit had actually been working several cases, and they had several targets at the location, and they were doing confidential buys from a subject they identified as the manager there. With that in mind, we once again went over there in an attempt to do another building inspection and fire inspection, so that way we wouldn't have an issue with public safety and the business being run as a public nuisance. While we were there, their attorney, Mr. Hawthorne, contacted us. I spoke with Mr. Hawthorne on the phone, at which time he told us to get off the hotel property. So we couldn't even complete a proper inspection or fire inspection at that time. We come before you today to present these facts and answer any questions that you may have about the revocation of this business. This isn't a one-time issue. It's not like we just started investigating it this summer. This issue has been going on for right at a year, a little over a year. I feel that we have given them ample time and many education items so that they could bring their business into compliance and run a successful business for our village. I mean, Motel 6, if you're coming in from the west, as you know, is the first business coming in. So if that's what our tourists are seeing as the first business coming in, I think that's giving a negative impact to the village of Ruidoso.
Okay. Officer Simpson, do you have anything to add to this?
Just one note to add is during our inspection of Motel 6 recently, we identified numerous items that had fallen out of compliance since they became compliant after January's meeting with corporate staff. So while on scene, fire officials and building officials identified numerous things such as hallway lighting, electrical fixtures that were uncovered, things of that nature. So we were only able to get through roughly the first floor. We weren't able to continue that to verify all of the other items. So there are numerous safety issues as well on the property.
Okay, if I can touch a little bit on the White Mountain Drug Task Force. We have a 2-page, and I don't have a date on this. I realize what this is concerning to me is it's addressed to you, Lieutenant Chavez, and it's from Agent Jeff Getzky. And it says that, purchase number 1, purchase number 2, and then it gives a description of those purchases. But am I reading this correct, that it sounds like that it's an employee?
Yes, sir. It was an employee, the manager They identified him as Nate, and he is a manager. It's believed to be Nate Salomon. They're at that location. Some of the information, the dates, Mr. Mayor, are left out intentionally to not compromise more of the information of the investigation.
Oh, okay, under investigation.
So it is intentionally written that way vaguely.
Okay, and some of the safety concerns, Officer Simpson, you said were like open outlets?
Yes, some of the ones that I personally observed were hallway lighting, which is the emergency lighting that had been gone through in the January inspections. Some of those were already failing again. There were electrical outlets, at least one that I observed. Doorway issues being up to code. And again, we were not able to complete that inspection based on being asked to leave the property.
Okay, and is that unusual for you being asked to leave the property?
I've never been asked to leave the property during an inspection.
Okay, and it probably had something to do with maybe a letter or two that we'd sent them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does any of the council have any other questions? Yes, sir. John?
Lieutenant, you said it was the manager that allegedly sold the drugs.
Yes, sir.
Has he been there since January, or is this a new manager?
Yes, sir. He has been there. They actually brought him in from Hawks to clean up the issues that were here that we were having the last time. So yes, he has been here through the duration of this. He was at that meeting January 3rd of last year, so he knew about all the alleged safety issues and all the alleged misconduct that they were having at that time with their staff.
Okay, does any of the other councils have any questions of either one of the officers?
Mayor, I have a question for the lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilor Coughlin.
Hey, Lieutenant Chavez. So, this is alleging that the purchase was made by the manager. Have charges been brought against that person, as of yet?
No, sir, they have not brought charges yet. As with these investigations, it's not, they.
Part of ongoing investigation?
Yes, it's an ongoing investigation, and without compromising anything that they're doing, I can't give any of those details. However, it is an ongoing investigation at this time, sir.
Okay, yeah, no, you answered it up. That's fine, thank you.
Okay, under this notebook that we have here on section number 4, service calls to Motel 6 in 2020. January, just 7 calls, and that's not really anything outstanding for a hotel that is that busy. And is it more of the nature of the calls? I see in June, which is a big month here, 25 calls, either to the fire department, and I know when people congregate, you're going to have the issues.
Yes, sir. So some of the issues and some of the calls that we have at that location, we don't get at any of the other hotels. Typically, we'll get medical calls, which they have had plenty of medical calls there. Some of the calls are legit, especially up here with the altitude. You get people from Texas that have heart conditions or other conditions, and they're calling for medical services once they get into the elevation. But the fight in progress calls, the felony calls, those types of things where we're making consistent arrests, and for whenever it says a call for trouble to ensue, those things are typically some type of an argument, some type of of trouble at that location. So we've had domestic calls. The thing that we're seeing, the pattern that is developed, is the reason we're seeing so many of these calls is because they're allowing long-term rentals there. That's not just an overnight facility for 3 weeks or for 3 nights or for a week or something. Some of these people are living there full time in that apartment complex. When you have that stuff.
In the hotel.
Yeah, in a hotel, but they're treating it like an apartment complex. And when you have those types of issues there, you're gonna have these other issues developing more frequently because of the long-term, the people staying there long-term.
Is that a corporate policy on long-term rentals, or is that the manager's, or do you know?
That would realistically be something associated with the business license. and short-term versus long-term. They could apply for a business license to be a long-term something else, but by nature, a hotel is less than 30 days and typically less than a week. A point of clarification, I think I misspoke earlier about the date for the meeting that we had with Motel 6 Corporate. It was January 3rd of this year, not last year, so 2020.
But as you stated earlier, Lieutenant, this was last year, this was going on, so you had some issues. So you met with ownership, management, and gave them a list of different things, and things seemed to progress in the right direction.
Yes, sir.
And then we've regressed into the operation, and that it seems like from the paperwork that some of it may be an employee management issue.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, indicating systemic behavior and with the hotel here. And so your recommendation to this council would be to revoke the business license and what?
Sir, the last thing we want to do is revoke any business. If they were able to come up with a plan, which they have submitted a plan, I read this morning, I just got it this morning, that they would take some steps in order to rectify some of these issues that are going on. I feel that, I mean, I don't know the way this would work, but if we were able to give them a timeline and say, hey, we'll work with you, but these things have to come up into compliance and we have to be able to monitor these things at any given time when we want to. I feel that that's a happy medium for us. We've already given them a year of education, and if they can't comply with that and us giving them more chances to work with them, I think at the end of it, then we terminate it completely. However, at this time, if we suspend it till they get things into compliance, because I know last time we were there on the first floor, even the fire extinguishers were out of service. They hadn't been inspected. So there was things just as small as that hadn't been inspected and hadn't been completed. So I think as a public safety issue, we have to do our due diligence as a village to make sure that they are complying. Every other hotel facility is in jurisdiction when they do their yearly inspections.
Even restaurants have to have those annually inspected.
Yes, sir. So they're
fire suppressions.
Yeah, and they did do there's a bill here that I got this morning from Mr. Cook, where whenever we showed up there the other day, their sprinkler system was even out of compliance and non-operational. So they had to spend, $1,000 to get it up to par. So that way it would operate properly if they did have a fire within the business.
And that was October 16th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. John?
You said earlier that corporate had sent in a new manager.
Yes, sir.
It's now public record. He may know what's going on.
Yeah, yep.
But it seems to me that in most businesses or chains or big corporations, they have some internal inspections and checks that obviously aren't getting done. So I think if we let them stay in operation, it needs to be a pretty tight timeline so we can tell that they're making substantial progress. And their corporate headquarters may need to be involved in this.
Yes, sir, and I think that would have to be a collective agreement between us and get with them and make sure that they are going to comply with what the recommendations are that we push forward.
Okay. Counselor, do you have anything else, Mr. Cook?
Well, I just wanted to follow up on what you were describing as trouble to follow, and you mentioned some fights in progress and allegations of drug use and maybe some alcohol use or whatever. But it sounded to me, and you may have covered this already, but it sounded to me you could have been describing other businesses in town. You said it doesn't happen in other hotels, but I can imagine similar activity occurring in bars on heavy weekends in Ruidoso. Hasn't that been the case there too?
I mean, we've had those issues, but Motel 6 seems to be our hotspot whenever it comes to those types of facilities. But yes, at bars, obviously, anytime that there's alcohol introduced into the human element, things always go sideways, typically.
And so would bars be the only businesses in town that you see this kind of activity?
No, I mean, a lot of places that serve alcohol, I mean, I've responded to, fights in the parking lot of Casablanca before. So it's businesses all over. I mean, a variety of businesses everywhere. But at the same time, we've responded to fights in the parking lot of Albertsons. It just, you never can tell. However, we typically do not respond as frequently to other hotels or motels in our jurisdiction as we do to Motel 6.
And the fire safety issues bothersome, especially in a hotel where people are sleeping. I know that's very worrisome. Okay. So
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
It's Susan. I just wanted to say that, it's almost been a year. And the thing that, like you said, I worry about the safety issues just as much as I do about all of the calls to the police department. I just worry that they knew that we were serious in January, and here we are in October talking about the same things and maybe even more significant things. So I think that we need to really look at that because it's our due diligence to make sure that the people that come into Ruidoso, if they stay there, that they're safe. And you would think that the motel would want that as well, but apparently they're lax in their responsibilities.
All right.
Mayor, I got a question.
Yes, sir, Joe.
A lot of those questions were answered. Because this did come to us a year ago, and at that time, Bobby stated that the business was going to looking at closing down part of the building and then just renting out part of it so that they could upgrade and get the issues into compliance. Now, just hearing some of the testimony given here, that compliance was met in many areas, but then those areas that fell out of compliance. So as stated, you don't want to necessarily put a business out of business, but is there, and these are some issues that have, and of course I was going to ask if other businesses received, what was their ratio of calls compared to what is going and what has been called in for Motel 6, and that question was answered. So the next question would be, is there a way that possibly that you suspend the license for X amount of days, and if they're not in compliance by the end of that suspension, then it goes into revocation?
Well, that's always a possibility. Did you have something, Officer Simpson?
Just as a reminder of what happened and what occurred in January, it was the decision to issue a temporary business license, similar to what you're referring to, wherein they had to meet all of those criteria. They met the minimum criteria that we asked for them to meet, and then they were issued a full-fledged business license. So very similar to what you've just said is what we went through back in January.
Been there, done that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any of the other counselors have any questions of our police officers and attorney? Go ahead, Zach.
Mr. Simpson, let me ask you one more question. You mentioned some concerns such as lighting in the hallways, uninspected sprinkler systems, doorways that were not up to code, and other things, right?
Yes.
And electrical panel in the pool room was missing the door, attic access to the elevator and access to the rest of the building, numerous holes cut in the closure. This is a fire breach, no inspection of the elevator. So if somebody came to you and said, I want a new business license, and you said, okay, that's great, I'm gonna go inspect your building. If any of these issues came up, would you then deny their application for a business license, or would you grant it and say, get this stuff fixed?
Depending on the situation, but in most cases, they need to pass those inspections to have a valid business license.
So those issues are grounds for denying a business license?
I would say yes.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? Go ahead, Councilor Cornelius.
Not sure, it may be for Mr. Cook. If we revoke a business license, what is the procedure for getting it back? Would they have to apply for a new one and then go through all the inspections that Mr.
Yes.
Simpson was?
Yes, there's no, there's nothing that would prevent them from coming back to the village and asking for a new license. The statute just says that if in the judgment of the governing body, the public welfare requires a license to be revoked, the governing body may revoke that license.
Seems like there needs to be a little bit more maybe to, if a business isn't in operation, they have to take down all their signs. And is there any way we can have a health and safety something? Because if we shut down the motel, what's to say they don't just keep renting it out as monthly apartments?
Turn the water on.
Can we, I mean, that's still a health and safety issue.
I mean, at that point, if that were to be the issue, we can at that point take enforcement action if they are still going there. But once again, we'd have to speak with corporate, make sure that they know that nobody's supposed to be at that building, because it would then at that point pose, squatters and those types of things would start getting into it.
I'm just a little, I know most hotels, I have friends that have been in the hotel business a long time, and when they carry a flag like Motel 6 or any of the others, they're inspected. And these infractions are where, their inspectors come through and point out things they need to do as regular maintenance. And they have to do those things from remodeling to whatever, so many years. I'm just surprised that Motel 6 doesn't have something like that. But anyway, do any of the other counselors have any comments or questions before we, I believe the hotel has some representatives here, and I'd like to hear from them too.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, this is Jackson.
Yes,
I just wanted clarification from Officer Simpson. So, I come from an old school of trust but verify, and it sounds like every time you try to verify, you're walked off the property. So it looks to me as if they boxed themselves into a corner. When I read through the infractions of health and safety, I think an uncapped gas line is probably a fairly significant one. And there were others, I know. It seems to be a very, how shall I say, successful cash and carry enterprise. But I don't think that it meets the bar of what I would call a Motel 6. They might keep the light on, but boy, they got a lot going on behind the desk.
Mayor, I got two questions.
Yes, sir.
Number one is, and I'm going to ask both of them at the same time, but number one is, since January 3rd, when you attempted to do an inspection and were asked to leave the premises, have you been able to go back and do another inspection since then? Number two is, do any of these units have kitchen facilities within the individual units?
In response to the inspections, January 3rd was when we met with corporate staff of this year. I believe it started about January 6th. We did multiple inspections. The inspection where we were asked to leave the property was just recently. And in regards to kitchen facilities, to my knowledge, none of the rooms have full kitchen facilities except possibly manager's quarters or one of those others.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no further questions, would the representative of Motel 6 like to have the floor? I believe that's Richard Hawthorne.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for those of you council members I don't know, my name's Richard Hawthorne. I'm a lawyer here in Ruidoso. With us today on video on behalf of Motel 6 is Debbie Clark, who is the regional manager from Van Horn, Texas, and also Nathan Solomon, who is currently the manager of the Motel 6 here in Ruidoso. I'll try to be as brief as I can, but first I'd like to respond to some of the things that Lieutenant Chavez said. The way I understand it is that in January of this year, the village conducted some inspections of Motel 6. If you look at tab 1 of the little booklet we prepared, it shows 16 items that were found to be in need of repair or maintenance. It's my understanding that all 16 of those items were taken seriously, that all of them were corrected, that there was a reinspection on January 20th. That's when the village decided to issue the license. Since January of this year, the motel has had no contact with the village, is my understanding. There's been no complaints. There's been nothing brought to their attention. After January, what I understand is that the first communication they had from the village was a letter from Mrs. Devine, which is number 3, the tab number 3 of the booklet. And that's the letter where she says the village has revoked your license. And she lists the reasons why. This is, my understanding, is the first indication the motel had that there's anything amiss, that the village wasn't happy or satisfied with what they were doing. So when we received that letter dated the 19th of October, that's all we had to respond to. That's why I obtained all of the police reports that Lieutenant Chavez produced, went through every one of them, and without being duplicative here. You know, if you go through them month by month, you see that most of the calls are in fact either for medical emergencies, welfare checks, the calls that the police department generated themselves, looking for people. But to me, what's relevant about those calls is that if you look at them, less than a dozen of them for 10 months were generated by the motel seeking police assistance. We do know where the motel is located. It's like Lieutenant Chavez said, it's the first business you reach when you come in from Ruidoso from the south. We know that it's really close to the Mescalero Reservation. And if you look at the calls, it just strikes me that there is nothing that's unusual about the calls that have been made to the or from or on behalf of the motel. The second reason Ms. Devine gave for the revocation was because there was supposedly a fire, or the fire department responded to a location where remains of a potential meth lab were found at the scene. This is the fire department call of October 16th. What happened was Mr. Solomon was experiencing problems with his fire alarm. He couldn't get it shut off. So yes, he made a call for assistance. Come to find out, there was a mechanical error or default that had to be repaired. And that was the whole sum, the whole nature of the call. If there had been a meth lab at the motel, surely the police and the fire department would have arrested somebody and certainly not let them continue business at that time. there's been nothing presented to us that shows that there could have been a meth lab of any nature. As far as Lieutenant Chavez's statement, his side of that letter from the drug task force about these drug buys, there may have been 2 drug buys in September. Somebody by the name of Nate may have sold some methamphetamines to the drug task force, but that wasn't Mr. Solomon. He's never gone by the name of Nate in his life. His name's Nathan. I suspect somebody misrepresented themselves to the police officers. And as Lieutenant Chavez admitted, Mr. Solomon's not under charges. As far as we know, he's not under any type of investigation. But my point is simply that we can't address what we're not given notice of. We tried, if in fact there are more health and safety violations. Well, first let me go back to what happened last Friday. Last Friday, after this hearing had been set, and after I had responded to Mr. Cook on 2 or 3 different occasions, at 8:30 in the morning last Friday, Mr. Solomon called me up and says, the village, all of the village down here, what was Lieutenant Chavez, the bill inspector, the code enforcement officer, and the fire department all committed to Motel 6. Unannounced, we're here to do annual inspections. My understanding is that Mr. Solomon began letting them do their inspections until Lieutenant Chavez started interrogating his guests as they came out of their rooms. So Mr. Solomon called me, and I'm sitting here in my office at 8:30, and I talked to Lieutenant Chavez, asked him what was going on. He never told me that they were there to do their annual inspections. He just that they're there because I can't remember exactly what his reasons were, but I told him that yes, without a warrant, he couldn't be searching Stevens' personal property. Then he asked me if I wanted him to leave. I said, well, under these circumstances, I think so. He took it upon himself to leave. As far as any violations that were found on Friday, we've not been made aware of any of them. If there are more violations or safety concerns, I guarantee you Motel 6 is motivated to correct those. But until we see it, we can't address it. I guess to sum up, I'd simply tell the council and the governing body that this is a nationwide business. The corporation that franchises the motel here is in fact the largest franchisee of Motel 6. The letter written on the 21st of October is an attempt to work with the village, not against it. Nobody wants an unsafe operation, and we're willing to go forward and do whatever we can to satisfy the village, and to make this a good going concern. But when we're talking about revoking a business license, we're talking about shutting down a business that generates thousands and thousands of dollars per year for this village, that employs a lot of its citizens. And that's an extremely drastic measure that should only be taken when all else fails. Mr. Cook's right in that certainly the village has a right under the doctrine of the police power to ultimately revoke that license. There's no doubt about that. But the requirement is legally that any use of the police power needs to be reasonable. That's what we're talking about here. What is reasonable in this situation? And I don't think there's any question about what's reasonable, is trying to work with the motel instead of against it, trying to be heavy-handed and just say, well, we're shutting you down. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no good, reasonable, or any good reason to shut it down. There's nothing that can't be corrected. There's nothing that I don't think the motel is not willing to do. So, I could probably go on for a lot longer, but, it's just on behalf of the motel, what I'm asking the governing body to do is to sit down, maybe appoint a representative from the village. I don't know who that might be, but sit down, tell us exactly what it is that the village thinks ought to happen, and give the motel a chance to make those things happen. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Solomon if he's got anything he wants to say, or Ms. Clark if she's got anything she wants to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon or Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor and the council members, my name is Nathan Solomon. I'm the general manager of Motel 6. I've been since January 3rd of this year. By respect to the village's position, I feel like I need to clarify a couple of issues. One being that on the 30th of October, when the village representatives came to the property, the only person who was asked to leave was Chavez. Did not interfere in any way with any of the village's inspection of the property, and wouldn't at any point. I do believe we've put forth more than due diligence in providing every effort we can to cooperate with the village, and will continue to. I would hate to affect the monetary input we have with the village's taxes and the groceries, the lodger's taxes even. Please honor this opportunity to correct these issues that you feel we have. The calls for service, again, if you look at the summary of them, it is far from anything that's, in my opinion, is a burden upon the services of the village. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name's Debbie Clark. I'm from Van Horn, Texas, and yeah, I am the regional manager. And I was up here before. First of all, I want to thank you all for taking this time to listen to us and let us plead our case here. And I do agree, when we met the first time, we did have a problem here. It was the manager here. We got rid of that manager. We brought Nathan in, who I firmly stand behind. He has been awesome in turning this property around. Yes, I made recent visits here, but then the COVID hit, I was not able to come up here. Motel 6 is not able to do their inspections like they do. We do everything over the phone, but we all care desperately about this business. And yes, at one time we did have people living here all the time. This place did have big problems, it did. But Nathan has worked really hard. Everything that the city and asked us to do, he did. I'm not even saying we did. He did. The owner put forth the money, the effort, everything to get it up. I still don't understand what happened. When we got this notice that they were revoking our license, I called Ms. Devine right away, or called the city, and she had, I believe it was Officer Chavez, call me. And I tried pleading with him and telling him, I am so sorry. We have turned things around. We haven't had this many calls. And he just flat told me, I'm not arguing with you. If you want to believe your line manager, listen to him, but we have big problems. And I said, this is the first notice we had, and I'm not trying to argue. We want to make it right. We want to have a great motel here. Motel 6 has its standards, and we need to be up to them. But we had no idea that they were feeling this way, and we will continue to work hard. We will do whatever we need to do to keep the business open. Like Mr. Hawthorne said, our owner is the largest franchise owner, and he has like 30 Motel 6s, and he tries to be on top of everything and put in for everything that needs to be put forth. And if you will give us the opportunity, we will bring it back. If it did go back, we will fix whatever needs to be fixed. We will be welcome to monthly inspections from you guys. Whatever needs to be done, we will be happy to comply with that. And that's really all I have to say. But thank you for listening.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Does any of the council members have any questions of Mr. Hawthorne or Mr. Solomon or Ms. Clark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor,
okay.
I don't have questions for them, but I'd like to go back to Officer Simpson if he's still there.
Yes, he is.
Can you, this whole timeline is kind of confusing a little bit, but it seems like the last attempt to do an inspection was on October 30th, before you and the fire department and everybody else left. What issues did you find on that day with the property as far as health and safety?
We've had quite a few issues on the property, and some of the same issues that we had seen in prior inspections back in January of 2020. I don't have the full list here with me. The building inspector, Mr. Powers, as well as a representative from the fire department would have a more in-depth list. But from the ones that I recall and I was there for, we had things blocking some of the electrical panels. That was something that was noted. Electrical outlets with missing covers. We had areas where you had water and electricity in the same area in some of their maintenance areas. We had some general safety issues, such as the doors operating correctly and being accessible, as well as the emergency lighting. And again, we were only able to get in and inspect the first floor. By the time we got to the second floor, that's when we were asked to leave.
Hang on a minute, Councilor Coughlin, you're cutting up. Try again, please.
Let me see if I can move closer to the
Yeah,
TV.
you're much better now.
Okay, yeah, we're kind of like a distance, it seems like. Okay, I know where I work, as far as getting no notice of inspections, where I work, we are subject to unannounced visits by the health department. The fire department comes and does their annual inspection. And we've even had code enforcement come in occasionally and say, hey, do you mind if I check some stuff? And it's like, no, not a problem. So as far as that being an unannounced visit, I don't see that a problem. I would be willing to, I believe in you're innocent until proven guilty. So as far as the charges of this Nate, which seems to be in question, I'd be willing to overlook that. I'd be willing to overlook some of these calls, because just looking at the call list from the fire and police department, I'd be willing to overlook that. However, we have some very basic health and safety issues that, I mean, we've all heard of issues at hotels like in Las Vegas where there was a fire and people weren't able to get outside and they were injured because of that. I think that there's some very basic health and safety stuff that should not require an inspection, an external inspection. I also know that because of COVID, it's difficult, even the health department's not going out and doing physical inspections. However, they are doing virtual inspections. And I've been a part of some of those virtual inspections. Well, I have to go around with a phone or a laptop and they ask to see certain things and I have to show them those things so that they can visually see them, not in person, but electronically. So I think there's ways that creatively, with some flexibility, we can continue operating and we can continue to provide the basic safety to the public. At this point, I'm in favor of suspending the license until we can go through and do a complete inspection of the building, get all of those issues resolved. I mean, this started in January and it wasn't until just a few weeks ago that we had suddenly a flurry of stuff that's taking place. And now we want a proposal to expand this review period another 120 to 150 days or so. I think that the opportunity's been there, the opportunity's been missed. And unfortunately, like has been said many times, we don't want to shut down businesses. We don't want to do anything like that. However, when it comes to public health and safety, I think that trumps everything.
Okay, Councilor Cornelius, did you have something?
Yeah. And I think Ms. Clark indicated they'd be willing, that if we don't suspend their license, I think code enforcement, fire need to make a list and then every 30 days show up down there to inspect it. And as long as there's progress being made, take care of it. The issue with Lieutenant Chavez needing a warrant, if he needs a warrant, he can obtain one. But most of this would be building inspectors, code enforcement, and fire, I think. And I'm not really in favor, if we work something out with them, of suspending their license and shutting them down. That's a pretty major step. And I think there needs to be a timeline that in 3 months, 5, 6 months, whatever, if they haven't made significant progress and kept everything else up, then we'll revoke the license. But they need to get reports from us too.
Okay. Any other counselors? I see in some of the paperwork that was sent from Klein to Natalie and Golder, some of the proposals. Yeah.
That's okay. I was on mute there. Judy took me off mute.
Okay, well, can I finish talking and then you can jump in?
Sure, you bet.
That you had changed the stay length to no more than 21 days because I have a real concern with some of the safety measures, you know, the fire system, fire extinguishers, things like that, that maybe were questionable operational wise. And I know how people that have extended stay periods, you may not think they're cooking, but you're fooling yourself. They've got microwaves, they've got hot plates, they've got these brand new Ninja air fryers they bought at Walmart, and they're using those things. And so I think it's imperative that the health and safety issues have to be addressed immediately for us to consider doing anything. And then I think that we need to have a list from our inspector on, just like we do with the other businesses. Some of these things are costly and we understand COVID, believe me, it's hard to get workers in there sometime, but things have to be moving forward. And so that would be my statement. And then I'll yield to Joe Evie.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. That pretty much sums up my thinking there. Like I said earlier that there's a possibility of suspending and then giving them time to upgrade. But I do believe that safety is definitely a big issue and that it needs to be addressed. So I would, after hearing Councilor Cornelius go along with state if they're allowed to operate, that they show significant improvement within 30 days, and with the inspection that there is a in continued progress every month in addressing all of the issues but the major ones that would actually, have a threat as far as safety, significant threat, then those need to be addressed first. But it is a big step to shut somebody down, and maybe Zach can answer if their business license is revoked, what would be the process of them trying to get it back later in the future? But with that, I think that we should go ahead and extend the grace period of 30 days and give them the opportunity to make some major steps in that 30 days, and then just have it looked at every 30 days to make sure there's continued progress.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Evie. Officer Simpson, do we have a list of those items that we're talking about as far as, I know we've seen that they've had repair on their fire suppression system, that we could get back in there and look at those things, exits, that if there was a loss of power and a fire, that people would be able to find a way out of the building. We do this on our short-term rentals anyway, and I would submit to Motel 6, if you're gonna have any guest stay over 30 days or over the 21 that you're proposing, that you do apply for a different license, because we have short-term rentals and then we have long-term rentals, and they're inspected. I mean, we have all of these short-term rentals inspected, that they have to have fire extinguishers in the proper places. They have to be operational, so on and so forth, electrical, gas lines, all of that. So, we need to make sure that those items are safe. Do we have a current list of that, or will that need to be something that will need to be addressed before we could consider continuing?
I would think that they would need to go ahead and do an inspection visually and to go through the property before they could even come to the assessment of significant improvements in 30 days. So we do need to have, I believe, to have eyes on the site and to document what needs to be addressed before you can move forward.
Okay. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Mr. Mayor, I feel that the fire department, building inspector, and ACO need to go in there and complete the initial inspection that was taking place a couple weeks ago. Once they complete that, I think that we need to sit down with corporate, come up with a resolution on how we're going to come to the end of this with everybody, with them in compliance to continue to operate. Because like it's been said many times today, the last thing we want is to shut a business down. We want to work with them. And I feel that they do want to work on this, and they want a successful outcome of what we're trying to do here. So I think that if the first step of this is to complete the inspections that were going on the other day, once we compile a list of the infractions that need to be corrected, work with them and give them a timeline on when these issues need to be corrected.
Okay. What does that timeline look like for you, Mr. Simpson, and the building inspector? When do you think that you could work with Mr. Solomon to have an inspection on the items that need to be repaired and giving them a triage of ones that have to be fixed now, and then a timeline?
I haven't spoken with either of the other inspectors, but I believe that we should be able to get that done by the end of the week.
This week?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Solomon, do you think that we could make that happen with you?
Your Honor, absolutely. At any point, they're welcome in the building.
Okay, and then, so we just need to work out an agreement, it sounds to me, that the things that are of impaired safety measure that needs to be fixed now, that those things will be fixed as fast as they possibly can. and then that we will work on other items that could be fixed later. Do we need some sort of a written agreement, Counselor Cook?
Well, yeah, probably, because, going forward, we've seen how that works out. So I can draft something and work with Mr. Hawthorne to get something that we can both agree on. And that what you guys are talking about right now is really good with regard to the code enforcement or the code violations or alleged code violations. But I don't know if it really addresses like the numerous calls for police for trouble to ensue or whatever that term is. And I wonder if Mr. Chavez could maybe talk about how that could be resolved going forward.
Okay, so reading their Exhibit 7, I believe it was actually item number 2. During the review period, they'll post private security on site from 8 to 6. They'll put more surveillance cameras up there. I think if they're gonna be willing to take these steps and actually provide security and actually provide more surveillance systems out there, it's gonna deter a lot of the crime. And as long as they are taking a proactive approach to minimizing the clientele that hangs out there, I think they'll get it done. We won't have the issues that we have there, but it's gonna be on their part to be proactive in minimizing the clientele that hangs out there.
Because it's no surprise to everyone that's in earshot here that this country has a drug problem, and Ruidoso is no exception. We have these things all the time, so these are areas that we're looking to clean up. And if you are serious about item number 2 in section 7, I think that's what Lieutenant Chavez is saying, is he thinks that will reduce that concern that the village has there. And
Mayor,
yes, sir.
if I may, we've already purchased 32 cameras and 2 DVRs. They were to be installed yesterday. They're delayed due to the COVID. The anticipation is by the end of the week, those will be installed.
Okay.
I've already enacted permit parking on the property, and unless you're a registered guest, your vehicles will be towed. As far as your microphone, just a second. Microphones. As far as the 21-day stay, there's an issue with that for myself. The corporate execs feel like that's a feasible attempt. We provide housing to numerous construction workers. Many of them built the hospital here, and now building houses at the golf course. They've been here so far for 45 days. I don't think it's realistic to stay 21-day hold or 21-day maximum stay for guests. It just isn't feasible. And there are numerous hotels in this town. I know many towns where we provide extended stays to traveling workers. So I don't believe that's going to be feasible. But as far as the cameras and security, we are still trying very hard to find security service who can provide on-premises foot patrol. We've only got one in the village, Mountain Alarm, but they do not provide foot patrol. They provide mobile. They'll drive through the parking lot twice a night. That's not adequate.
First Alarm, there's another company in town, First Alarm, Christine over there, they actually have different levels of security guards, all the way from armed, different ones trained, but they will actually do foot patrol. So you might inquire.
Which one was that?
First Alarm.
First Alarm. Okay.
Yeah, I know that they provide that service. And I've used it myself for just what we're talking about, to have an appearance and a deterrence. And it was remarkable about how effective that was. So,
I agree. It's as our letter from the attorney in California stated, it's proven that, having the security presence greatly reduces any illicit activity. We're very willing to put that into action. It's just a matter of locating one who could do it. So we have not been able to do so. I will contact First Alarm, whatever it's called.
Okay. Yeah, First Alarm. Well, then I would like to propose, I think we've been all around this issue, that we look at continuing of business, but that we set up a inspection. If you, Officer Simpson, get with the inspectors to find out when they could get back with Mr. Solomon to do a walkthrough and address the pertinent issues that we've discussed, and give them a timeline that's believable and achievable. And then a follow-up inspection time to make sure that we're moving in that right direction. And then if Lieutenant Chavez or Simpson would work with them on the foot patrol, and then just help once the cameras are inspected, that they're all working and whatever. And we even have the ability now, if it's through the internet, don't we have it with the police department, that if there's a call that the police department can tie into security cameras? Have we not got there yet?
No, we do that with only a couple of spots here in town, which is Village Hall and schools. But
Okay.
outside of that, we don't offer that service for nobody else.
Okay. Well, one could hope. I mean, we don't want Big Brother beating down our neck all the time, but I mean, like parking lots, and when these calls come in, that we're able to see those. But I think if we have a working surveillance system, foot patrol, and Motel 6 is taking an active role in fixing these matters that we're talking about, and just help clean the business up, because I understand how things can go into disrepair with bad management or people not really paying attention from time to time. And it does take a while to get back to that. And we definitely want to support our local businesses. Does any other council? Okay, our attorney has something to say.
And as far as your, what action you may take today, I might also recommend, and you guys do with this recommendation what you will, but you could also authorize Mr. Simpson and Lieutenant Chavez to, if upon inspection, if they see something that is like, that in their judgment is an imminent threat to life and limb, that they can suspend that license on your authority given to them based on that. Assuming that doesn't happen, then you guys, then we have 30 days. I would recommend that you put it back on the December meeting to come back here. That gives me and Mr. Hawthorne 30 days to create an agreement based on what these guys come up with in their inspection and their conversations with the Motel 6 people. So you could just make a motion to not revoke the license, and to instruct staff to work with the motel for immediate and ongoing access, and to enter into an agreement for future surveillance or cooperation between the parties, and also authorizing them to revoke the license if, in their judgment, there's an imminent threat to life and limb. And then also, well, we don't have to do this in your motion, but then come back in December and revisit the issue.
Mr. Hawthorne, does that seem acceptable to you? That you could get with Mr. Cook and after the inspection, and then work on a timeline and an agreement for rectifying the issues?
Certainly.
Okay. Does that sound good to you, gentlemen? Absolutely. Okay. Is our wordsmith counselor, did he absorb all that?
He did not.
Okay.
So I would say, Mr. Cook made a very good point there as far as some stipulations and giving the power over to the code enforcement if they find any imminent threats to life and safety. I would entertain allowing him, with his eloquence, to draft a motion. I was inclined to say absolutely no, because I don't know what's out there, but I think that is a very, very good point that we could work around. Is I think everybody here can agree it's the health and safety of not only the employees but the visitors that is number one, and giving them the authority to look if there are any imminent threats, then we would temporarily revoke the license. Now, that being said, if there's an issue in one room, it's possible, especially with the current restrictions on hotel rooms by the state, to just shut down that room until that's being taken care of. It would mainly be the areas that are public access areas, like blocking of exits is an absolute no-no, and those are easily rectified. But I would like to see an inspection, and I know we've got the police and also the fire listening in on this call, I would like to see something as early as tomorrow, if at all possible. But I would let Mr. Cook draft a motion for that.
Okay,
He's working diligently.
I think, Mr. Cook is drafting it as we speak.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question for clarification.
Yes, sir?
Is the business license all inclusive, whether the business entity is a motel or an apartment complex? Because according to this draft that we got on section 7, number 7, it looks as if it would be both. You'll have rentals as well as short-term stays.
Long-term.
And Councilor Cornelius has a point that long-term rentals don't register as a business. They're a different animal than short-term rentals. But Mr. Solomon had a good point that we're all aware of. We have businesses in town and we've, got different projects. The hospital, the sewer line is getting ready to start, that we have businesses that rent those rooms long-term. And so, they would be there, according to our definition, anything over 30 days is long-term.
I think we need to either have rooms that have cooking facilities or designate no cooking.
Could that be, is that in your business plan there, Mr. Solomon, that you're not set up for cooking in the rooms, and so you stipulate that?
We are not. The only kitchen is in my apartment.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
His apartment.
Oh,
The only full kitchen on the property is in my apartment, the manager's quarters.
The manager's quarters, and then you serve breakfast and,
No, sir. There's no food service at all here.
no,
And currently, G6 Corporation has revoked our coffee service even. We don't even serve coffee at them.
okay. So everything would have to be brought in. So, what do you have set up that if you smell cooking, what do you do? I'm sorry, say that again. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Do you have a process by which if you smell cooking in the room that you address it?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
There's not any fire safety protocol in the rooms to control something like that, so we do not allow it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cook, are you close?
Close.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think, I'd like to see, some sort of report back, say, from fire, police, from the, a bit, in maybe 3-4 months so that we could see the progress.
Well, I expect that we'll have, all those reports off the initial inspections at our December meeting.
Okay, great. And then later on down the road, a few months.
Yeah, and then we'll have a progress report, until we have all the issues, have been addressed and rectified.
Great.
Okay. He's writing as fast as he can.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I know one of the issues with law enforcement has been the housing of our staff. Employees in this town have been just absolutely nil. I've brought in several from out of town that can't get staff here. And that, I think that's one of the issues with Chavez, because my employees are staying. I do not have kitchens in the rooms. We do have an apartment upstairs, which have had issues with ex-employees that are still living there, that the village police will not assist us in removing. We're waiting on court order to get them out. But I don't know if there's anything that can be put in there about that. I have no place to house employees but on this premises without putting out an extreme expense to rent houses for them. So I don't know what can be worded in there for that.
Well, I think we can work through that because believe me, we are working on workforce housing and employees and all that. So we will have to work on some kind of accommodation for the employees to be there. And then pending your court order for eviction, I know that's always a hassle to get those folks out before they would be able to use that kitchen area. So how is food provided for those employees now?
Restaurants, they don't provide food here at all.
Okay.
But they're not prepared food here at all.
Okay. You think we
But
can?
those types of problems with employees are things that every employer in the village is working around, being able to find employees and being able to house them. So your concerns are not common to anybody else.
Yeah. So Lieutenant Chavez, could we have some way to work through that with either seeing an employee register or whatever to if these people are living there full time?
Yes, sir. We can work with them, as they have described in number 8, if they do give us the meetings and gather their reports up. I mean, we can absolutely work with them.
Okay. Okay, I think we can handle that, Mr. Solomon.
I do appreciate your understanding.
So, Mr. Cook, are we ready with your draft?
Mr. Mayor, I've drafted a motion that kind of leaves out all the details about these guys working with these guys and coming up with plans and all that. And I've narrowed it down to a draft motion that goes like this. I move to authorize staff to revoke Motel 6's business registration in the event that Motel 6 is not in compliance with all applicable laws, rules, and regulations within 30 days of today's date, and to stay this matter for further action until the December meeting.
Okay, how would, when you say if we have, let's say, inspection issues that are going to be lengthy and expensive, and you have to get a contractor and it takes over 30 days. Is that included in that statement of revocation?
No, and that, no, it's not. So.
Because I don't want to put them in a hole where we're in the process, as we all know, trying to get bids, trying to get workers. My initial concern is on the safety issues right off the bat, to make sure that the exit lights are working, that the fire extinguishers are working, all of those things are clearly labeled. And then these other things that if there's some material defect that needs to be addressed, that they then have time to address those and that we write that down. And then we have the inspections to see if things are progressing. And then if we get into a delay, that you don't see progress, you don't see requests for bids, you don't see whatever pushing forward, then we go into revocation.
I think before the December meeting, Mr. Hawthorne and Zach can work out all the details.
Okay.
These guys will have a inspection list, and then you'll do another one before our December meeting, I assume. And it's gonna be a problem. I mean, I'll be glad to come down there and fix all that stuff in a year when I have an opening.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think as long as they're making a good faith effort.
And the direct safety concerns are addressed. That's the main thing for me. And then to get some of the what is it? I don't want to use the wrong term, but the more colorful, less savory individuals from hanging around. Because there's several businesses after dark that you go to late here in this community that they attract a lot of those, and nothing good comes out of it usually. So Mr. Cook is making a change to his statement to give us more workability.
Well, of course, being a lawyer, he wasn't happy with the one-page statement.
No, and he gets paid by the minute, so.
Okay. I can read my writing.
Mr. Mayor, village council members, I want to thank you all for your time and your understanding with this and working with us.
Well, you bet. I mean, one of our big pushes is to really support our businesses. We know it's a difficult time. You're in one of the industries that have been hit very hard. And, but with that comes that we want to maintain a good quality environment for the people that come here and the people that live here and the people that work here. I mean, your workers deserve to be in a safe environment, and we want to make sure that that happens.
So, Mr. Mayor and councilors, I've drafted this new motion that reads, I move to authorize staff to work with Motel 6 to come into compliance with all applicable laws, rules, and regulations, and to revoke Motel 6's license, business registration, at staff's discretion in the event that Motel 6 fails or refuses to come into compliance, and to have staff report back to the governing body at the December meeting and to stay further action on this matter until future meetings.
So moved.
Okay. Did everyone hear that? Did council hear that?
Yes, but I have a question for Mr. Cook.
Yes.
So you fail or refuse to come into compliance, but there's no timeline for coming into compliance.
Well, that's where we're giving our staff leeway to work with them. If it's something that safety wise, that has to come into compliance immediately. If it's a material fact that they have to spend money on or get contractors and it takes a while, it'll be up to staff to work with Motel 6 and to have timelines drawn out so that they can see progress.
Okay, as long as that is great, but that's not what the motion said. So if it's a material safety violation, it must come into compliance immediately.
Well, that's going to be up. I mean, that's the things that our staff will identify, the inspectors.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody understands, even though that's not clearly identified in the motion.
Does that identify the motion that he has the ability, or the inspectors, if it's a safety defect and it's not addressed immediately, and immediately, I mean, let's say you need to give days. I don't want to say immediately like that, but if it's a safety issue, it needs to be addressed in what? A week or?
He gave them authority to shut it down.
But that's just it. It'll be up to our inspectors, their authority, because they're the ones doing the inspections.
And some of that, the building inspectors have the authority now to red tag a building for health and safety. So they can do that without this motion.
And I think if it's an issue that's going to be an immediate threat to life or safety, we take immediate action on it. If it's something that we can give them time to work on, we allow them that time, as long as they're showing that they are going to take care of it.
Yeah, it looks like from this list of stuff they say they're gonna do, they're willing to make a good faith effort, it sounds like.
Could you use the term reasonable time frame?
Well, let me say it again. I move to authorize staff to work with Motel 6 to come into compliance with all applicable laws, rules, and regulations, and to revoke Motel 6 license at staff's discretion in the event that Motel 6 fails or refuses to come into compliance. So that gives staff discretion on a case-by-case basis. If you walk in and there's an open fire and somebody's cooking on an open fire in a hallway, that's an immediate issue. And if they say, nah, we'll take care of that later, you say, no, your license is revoked. If you come in and say there's the exit light is blinking or needs a new battery, take care of that. And then y'all have the discretion to do what you have to do. But I mean, it sounds to me like there are lots of little things, and some of them are going to be urgent and some of them are going to be not so urgent. And then you guys have the discretion to work with Motel 6 whatever that may mean as this thing develops. And then, after the initial meeting with the two of y'all, Mr. Hawthorne and I can sit down and draft a bare bones agreement that's also going to require a lot of, some back and forth as well. Because I don't want to tie y'all's hands down to, you can only make one inspection a month or do things like that. Unfortunately, this thing is probably going to go on into the future of several months. And then that motion also includes that you'll have to report back to the governing body at least in December, probably January, and perhaps into the spring or summer next year.
Did you understand that, Councilor Coughlin, that we can't, we're not in a position to write a book on every issue? And that
Yes, yeah.
that we
And having worked with, yes, I do understand that. And having worked with Officer Simpson, worked with the fire department, worked with our building officials, I know that for them, safety is number one, and I fully trust them to deal with that. So I'm willing to accept that, yes.
Okay, so we had that motion, and then it was
Second.
moved by Councilor Cornelius and seconded by Councilor Salas. Is there any final discussion on it? Okay, let's get a roll call in there, please.
Yes, sir. Councilor Cornelius?
Aye.
Councilor Salas?
Aye.
Councilor Eby?
Aye.
Councilor Letterman?
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin?
Aye.
Councilor Jackson?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, folks. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hawthorne, Mr. Solomon, and Ms. Clark. And our folks will be getting in touch with you, Mr. Solomon, to set up a schedule. And then hopefully we can progress and move forward and all be successful in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, anytime.
Okay, now we will move back to mayoral reports and presentations. And is Chief Hooker still on the line?
I'm still here, Mr. Mayor. A little older, but I'm still here.
All right, buddy, you want to give us a update on our speeder issues that we've had on Hull Road and some of the other areas?
So yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, for the sake of time and brevity, I believe you had the packet sent to you, a little PowerPoint presentation I put together.
Yes.
Do you have that?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, well then, really the nuts and bolts of that, let me try to get in position here with my camera and all that stuff. I do have my pants on, so that's.
Well, that would be a deal breaker.
So as we've been contacted about these three areas that I listed immediately, was Hull, Wingfield, and Sunny Slope. The slides going through there shows our traffic counter on the pole. Everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, that just gives you an idea of what the piece of equipment is that is giving us this data. And real quick, we bought that thing in 2019 for $5,051. And then as I have continued to use it and learn more, it's giving me more and more data. And the report that goes on there, and it says Hull Road, it's got a picture of a map, and it shows the speed limit and talks about the number of cars, so on and so forth. That's one of the pieces of data that gets produced by that piece of equipment. And like this one where you can see on Hull Road for one day, 1,800 cars, got the speed limit tapped in there. It shows the fastest vehicle went 73 miles an hour and the slowest went 7. Well, yeah, and then when you flip it over and you see the 8,000 vehicles, that was on Hull over Labor Day weekend.
Wow. That's a 4-day weekend?
Yes, sir. It started on the 4th. I put it out there at 7:51 in the morning, and I read it on the 8th at 7 a.m. in the morning. So that definitely is a high traffic area. And then continuing on, the report that's generated there, it is a little difficult to read, but it gives you the best case or the best time to be setting in that area and looking for those speeders. For the month of October, we had 10 traffic stops on Hall, and there was 2 citations issued. Continuing on, we set it up on Wingfield, and for that month, there were 5 traffic stops with 1 citation issued. And then Sunny Slope, I have that picture there. I didn't, we haven't had any traffic stops on there, but it does have the report listed. The final, almost the final picture is the picture of our speed trailer. It's been rode hard and put away wet, but it's still taking, or it's still showing speeds for us. We try to put that out there first, just to let people know, hey, this is what your speed is. That speed trailer was brought in 1998 for $9,700. I could get a new one for anywhere from $6,500 to $7,500. Going forward, I am going to work with the patrol lieutenant to set up some special overtime that I think we can fund to have guys go out and set for an hour or 2 in those specific locations. And I'll stand for any questions.
Have you had any contact with any individuals over there in the last month, that live in these areas?
No, sir. Other than, I talked to the individual on Hull, told him what we had going, what we were doing. I know he still contacts you.
Yep.
And then the lady on Wingfield, I think she might have given us some suggestions as to how we could fix things over there. I'll try to get back and touch base with some of those individuals.
Okay. And we've also talked to all of our village employees with our village trucks, and they are not exempt from citations. We've discussed that because some of the complaints I get are on village vehicles in those areas too. And I know that we have some frequent flyers through Hull Road. And are your traffic counter and speed indicator, is it still up as we speak?
No, sir. The last place I had it was on Morgan Drive. I sent that information out to some of those that were in the area. And right now the battery's charging, and I'll be ready to put it out once the next place comes up.
I'd like to be able to put it back on Hull and seeing if the efforts that we're making are having any kind of an effect.
Absolutely. I'll take care of that.
And then, if not, I'm not a big ticket person, but some of these folks have to be ticketed, I think, to get their attention. I've talked to several of the parents of some of the kids that have been identified, and we just need to get these things down where they're safer.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You bet. Thank y'all for what y'all do. I know it's a long day, and it's one of them things.
It's one of them things, yep. I think under mayoral, if I remember, I have boards and commissions, and we've been very fortunate. It seems like every time that we have someone that serves us very good for the community that we and they leave, that we have others that are coming on. I know for the Planning Commission, we have 2 individuals I'd like for your consideration and confirmation. Vicki Williams, which most of you know and some of us forget sometimes, to my embarrassment, that she's married to a counselor, and Anthony Collier. So, and then also on the library board, we have Sarah Brown. I don't see the paperwork here for that.
Mayor, it's Maria, I believe it's Gutierrez, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Maria Gutierrez
and Sarah
Ames Brown that are going to the library board. And, I've talked to them. The only one I haven't spoken to recently is Miss Williams, but we've talked to the others. We're excited that they're going to be here. And I would just like confirmation on these 4 individuals, please.
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
Thank you. That's what-
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Mr. Mayor, it's Jackson. It's Vicky S. Williams.
Vicky S. Williams, not Vicky J.
No, she wouldn't take my name.
Well, I know how those doctors, it takes a lot of work and paperwork to get those licenses changed. I've got a daughter, so we need to make that correction, please, Mr. Vine. It's Vicky S. Williams. Anthony Collier for planning and the planning commission. And then for the library board is Maria Gutierrez and Sarah Brown.
Sarah Ames Brown.
Ames Brown.
Mayor, I move that we accept the new appointments for the planning commission, Vicky F. Williams, Anthony Collier, and for the library board, Maria Gutierrez and Sarah Ames Brown.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarification, I think that was Councilor Kaufman. Second.
Yeah, Coughlin.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Letterman,
Aye.
Councilor Kaufman,
Aye.
Councilor Jackson,
Abstain for the good of the cause.
Councilor Cornelius,
Aye.
Councilor Salas,
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
All right, thank you, guys, and I apologize. I think my blood sugar hit the bottom there. I've kind of lost all sense of reality there for a minute, but we appreciate those people putting their names up. Okay, we'll move on to the village manager report.
Mayor, we did submit a full report to you all in writing. So if there's any questions on that, if you all would like to give me a call or contact me if you have any questions, and I can give any clarification that you may have on the village manager's report. But during the workshop, there was several different items that I promised that I would highlight. And one of those was the actual COLAs that were given and how we process that, and then the financial impact as well. So Judy's going to cover that. We have given a list of employees and the percentage of that was given to each employee, and it was based on the 4, 2, and 3. So anybody at a director's level got the 2%. At the manager level was 3%, and then field employees was at a 4%. So Judy?
Mayor and councilors, on your spreadsheet that was given out, there's one typo. If you look at the line that's on number 503, on the second column where it says the 3% COLA, that number should be 220,000, not 320,000, which would bring the change to $5,000, which would make the ending total 360,310. When we look at the spreadsheet, my adopted numbers were based on personnel rosters from March of 2020. And as we looked at the COLA, we just did drop down 3%. And when I did that comparison, when we had taken it to council, as you recall, at the last meeting, that workshop, the overall total would be about 360,310 to the overall budget. At that point, Tim had suggested that we step the COLA increase to the percentages that were just mentioned, the 4, the 3, and 2. And after doing that, and also giving no COLA increase to anybody on probation, because at the end of the probation, they will get an automatic 5%. In taking all those numbers into consideration and massaging the calculations, the overall increase to the budget from adopted would be $245,470, which is the last column on that sheet. Now, on some of the funds, there are some decreases. In particular, 217 had a decrease of $64,000, and that was because at the beginning of the budget, we had budgeted positions out at Grindstone. However, during the season, that didn't happen. Those positions were never filled, so I took them out of the budget, so it actually reduced that budget. And also on the airport, which is number 503, there were some changes. Some people that transferred out of those departments and the new hires came in at lower pay rates and didn't take full benefits, so there was a little bit of reduction in that fund. But overall, we're in within that 300,000 that I had took to council at the last council section. And when you look at it overall, in note 2, if we're looking at the general fund in particular, we currently have budgeted revenues of $15,374,000 and transfers in of $1.5 million, which gives the overall operating revenues of the general fund at $16.9 million. When you break that down, personnel is about $9.6 million. And if you take that in and extrapolate it out to total expenditures, at that part, personnel is about 60%. And then when we add in the step COLA, we go back to 60.11, so we're up just a little bit. So overall, that personnel figure includes not only salaries, but benefits, and it also has some figures for people that had expressed a desire to retire. And if you look at your second page, which is, you've seen this spreadsheet before, it's a 5-year projection of the general fund. If you look at personnel between budget and actual each year, you see that when we budget a full crew, all vacancies filled at full salaries and full benefits. However, many times we have a lot of turnover, and some of the positions that leave, they're filled by positions or bodies that don't make as much money. So as you can see on personnel, each year we have, for the last 1, 2, 3, 4 years, we have about 800,000 left of budget on personnel within the general fund only. So at this point, the COLA increase is a little bit of an increase. However, we're still within the 60% of total expenditures that we started out the budget with.
Okay, any questions?
I've got one.
Okay,
I was just wondering why we would give a percentage increase to a position that is on administrative leave.
Counselor, right now, we do not have any people on administrative leave. It may be a misclassification.
where do you see that at?
Police department.
Mayor, we can have a further discussion. That's a personal issue.
Okay.
In executive session, we do have that on call.
Okay.
But we currently, it may just be a classification issue on the paper, but we currently don't have anybody on admin leave.
Okay.
Thanks. Oh, I have one other.
Okay.
Why is Tim Dodge not in this?
He's on a salary,
Mayor,
and we need to address that at another, soon.
Okay.
Mayor, Counselor, this recommendation, and if you look at the personnel policy, comes from me. So, I don't feel I'm in a position to recommend myself. So that's business between the council and the mayor.
And his is up. You remember we had decided to postpone Mr. Dodge's until after we looked at the budget. So that's something that we need to address.
Mayor, one of the things that I wanted to, I wanted to share this report. I think we accomplished what the council asked us to do and stay within the money that they asked us to stay within. But, you know, one of the things that I kind of want to point out with this process, there's some things that we've learned. You know, previously, when a COLA was applied, the whole scale was moved. And as we've been studying the scale, the scale has moved beyond the market rate. You know, I think we need to come back and give you a full explanation of the pay plan and how it works and then how it ties into personnel policy. But the scale had moved. One of the things that we did is we made sure that we've moved the scale back, as we discussed in strategic planning. And these COLAs have actually, the person has moved and not necessarily the scale itself. And what happens with that, when you move the whole scale, it just continues to inflate. Through attrition, people, when you award the person and not necessarily move the scale, then through attrition, it goes back down. And we had talked about that before. Part of the reason it was being handled like that is the way that the software was set up. The only way that they could give those increases, and they couldn't do it on a step type of format, is to move everybody at a certain percentage. And, you know, Cheryl and Judy and Cass working through this last week, they, you know, I think, you know, some of the staff worked through the weekend trying to figure it out. They actually put this percentage increase and they applied it to the incentive part. So now they can track and see when those increases are taking place. So, you know, I think that was important to try to explain that, because that's one of the things that we saw before. And I think you had mentioned it, Mayor, that at one given point in time, the personnel costs had grown over 70%.
Yeah, we were over 70% at one time.
Yeah. So, you know, now, you know, some of that's going to be self-regulating with the pay plan and the way that we're proposing to administer it, to where it brings, you know, somebody retires, then it brings a person back, and it doesn't just keep inflating that scale.
Right. Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, you gonna move on to the next item?
You know, and, you know, there just, before we move on to that, and I think I kind of understand where the council's going, you know, with one of her questions on, you know, why should, what I'd really like to do in light of some of the concerns that we've been addressing lately with personnel is I'd really like to get a review going of the personnel policy. There's been a couple of areas that I pointed out to our legal team of things that I think need to either be updated or taken a look at. But in some of these actions, when we do a PAN or we do a COLA or we do a merit, and you look at the personnel policy, the explanation of how a COLA is handled is very vague. It's one paragraph that addresses it, or a paragraph and a half. And then you go into the merit and it's several pages long, very detailed. I think when we consider these things, if directors are having to work with any type of corrective actions with personnel, and it's documented in their file and documented on their performance evaluations, which have been, you know, we have been keeping up with those quarterly, then we need to consider not rewarding them when it comes time to this type of a COLA increase, if they do have those type of corrective actions, and especially if they're not correcting those either behavioral or performance issues.
I agree.
Okay.
And we've tried this, I mean, and failed at it miserably. That's where this merit pay came up, is that we were wanting to reward employees or whatever, and we just had never been able to get the result that we've been trying for. And I don't know why it's so difficult, but it is to come up with it.
And Mayor, that's something we're going to continue working hard on. I think the evaluation process is working great, you know, from everything that we see. We just need to come back and make sure that we tie the pay plan as we had shown in the strategic planning, and make sure that that's all working together.
Okay.
So, you know, that will be a focus that we continue to bring up in strategic planning as we move forward and we come up with a plan on how to improve in that area. Okay.
Okay.
Mayor, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and hand it over to Ron. Ron's going to give you an update on the CARES grant And in addition to that, he's gonna cover the roundabout and the sidewalk walk projects.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and
Yes.
clear.
All right, so I'm gonna start off with the CARES Act. This is on the Ruidoso, CARES Act on the business grant. Since we awarded and we have been working on grant agreements, the village has submitted 2 reimbursement requests. The first one was for a total of 22 businesses, and the amount of that request was $369,195.95. Staff has also submitted a second reimbursement request, and that's for a total of 23 businesses. That amount is $364,112.44. Staff is currently working on receiving grant agreements with all the required documents. We'll be submitting a third reimbursement request, hopefully within a week or two. Approximately 22 grantees are remaining to process their grant agreements and their documentation in order to submit it to, so we can submit to the state for reimbursement. We were awarded $1,171,500 on a grant award. Year to date, requested from the state of New Mexico is $733,308.39. We have a grant balance of $438,191.61. Approximately, we've had around 7 grantees either decline funding or found non-responsive. We're still working with a few of those. The approximate amount available for the second round of applications that we advertised on Friday is around $86,000. The second round of grant applications, the grant applications will be accepted on November 16th. That's the date that we'll be accepting them at 8 a.m. This round of grant applications will be on a first come, first served basis. So if somebody submits their documents, we review it, they're missing items, somebody else has it's all clean, all the items are there, the invoices, that one will be stamped, complete and ready for submission to the state. All of these will be, applications will be delivered directly to Yvonne Bartz here at Village Hall. We'll make arrangements, either they can come to the drive-up window, they can call, Yvonne will be, she'll be in charge of receiving and logging in all the applications. Incomplete applications will be considered non-responsive. And I will stand for any questions on this update on the Ruidoso CARES Act business grant.
I don't think we have any. You want to move on to the
Mayor, before we move on from that, Judy, can you report on, where you're at on the village side?
Yes, village manager, mayor. I have submitted my first pay app to GFA for COVID expenditures through June 30th. It totaled 1.1 million. And we have received that money, and we are currently working on the second pay request, which will take up and draw down the remaining balance. So I should be target date to submit that probably will be mid-November or so, and hopefully we'll have dropped down all our funding.
Mayor, and I just wanted to point that out that, Judy and Ron have done an excellent job on that. Ron on the business side, that's been a tremendous amount of work. Yvonne's been helping them out with it, but it's been a lot of engagement with individual business owners. We also have right about 10 different administrative aides that assisted as well. But we got a report today that the majority of cities and counties throughout the state still haven't drawn down a single penny. And there's over $107 million that hasn't had any drawdown at all or any activity. So, I think, the village staff has been very proactive, and I just want to thank Ron and Judy for their efforts.
Good job.
I also want to thank Yvonne. She's been a great help here, going through these, applications and the documents. She's been a huge help, so I have to compliment Yvonne on that.
Is she standing there?
Oh, I think she can hear me though.
Oh, okay, I figured she's standing over you.
Probably, yes, she's probably deep into, an application now as we speak.
Yeah.
Mayor, you know, on this whole process, you know, we involved, you know, Samantha, Courtney, Elaine was involved with us.
Hayden.
Hayden, Cass, Stephanie. And the reason that we tried to involve them with it is because we want to still continue to build capacity within those departments. And, you know, the more exposure that the admin aides and staff have to do this, it builds capacity. And, you know, hopefully, you know, they're going to, you know, catch on to it and someday be administering some of the grants that will alleviate us from doing it. And then we can move on to focus in other areas. So it's about building capacity as well.
You know, Mayor, it's a lot of documentation that we have to submit to DFA, and staff has been very willing and cooperative to tediously find the invoices and get the checks done and present them in a scannable format. I think the turnaround between the time that we submitted our pay request and we actually got the money from DFA was less than 3 weeks. So that goes to show you that our staff and our controls and all our policies are working to submit correct information.
We're not on the watch list.
Right.
I have to echo Judy's comments, and also that's been a great, everybody working as a team, it's been great. So I'll move forward, Mayor, on the next project. This is on the roundabout feasibility study. Back in September the 8th, Bohannon Houston, they gave an update. They also heard comments and recommendations from the council. So they went ahead and developed a fifth alternative. The new alternative includes 2 lanes in each direction with a raised medium in the center. The raised medium will allow the installation of left turn lanes at several access points along E-Mexico 48. The existing south curb and gutter remain in place, and any widening for this alternative will be accomplished by widening to the north. This assumption is based on existing right-of-way maps that show the existing road is shifted towards the south side of the current right-of-way limits. Therefore, widening towards the north shall be less impactful than widening both sides. This will require further investigation, verification, specific right-of-way and parking lot impacts, which will need to be determined. This will be something that the Department of Transportation District 2, I believe Francisco now will be reviewing any further updates to this plan. Moving forward, we'll be submitting additional alternatives. This number 5, there's also a 5B. The only difference was it included some bike lanes. That was just another alternative to add. These alternatives were also forwarded to New Mexico Department of District 2 with Francisco. And once received concurrence, these will be added to the study of alternatives being investigated. NMDOT would like to see what right-of-way impacts, if any, are associated with this new alternative and compare the alternatives to the other alternatives in the study before they give their approval. So the next step, once we receive any additional comments, feedback from District 2, Bohannon Houston will complete the evaluation of the alternatives analysis and determine what the preferred and recommended improvements will be. The findings and recommendations will be incorporated into the final draft of the report, which will be submitted to the village, the governing body, to New Mexico Department of Transportation for final review. At that time, Bohannon Houston will prepare a conceptual design and a cost estimate for the improvements that can be used for requesting and programming future funding for this project. So we're hoping to have additional information, working closely with District 2 and seeing what can be done to further move the project forward. It'd be great to be able to go into a final design phase and possibly to construction. The final report that I have, this is on the sidewalk project. Village staff have been working with Francisco Sanchez with the District 2. He is the Assistant District Engineer. They have committed $336,410 for the Midtown Sidewalk Maintenance Project. This is less than gross receipts. This will include mobilization, traffic control, removal and replacement of 200 square yards of sidewalks, 500 linear feet of curb and gutter. The project is anticipated to start the spring of 2021. This is late March, early April. Again, weather permitting. Work will be done under a price agreement. This is a statewide price agreement with the contractor A Mountain Professional Construction out of Las Cruces. The project limits were based on recommendations by the Village of Ruidoso. We had a meeting up there, but we'll continue to work with the district for setting a scope of work in a plan of what areas. One of the areas was there at the Times Square where the coils were sticking out. That was one area that we deemed as a priority to accomplish this project. The village also, they have, are allowing us to piggy off the state price agreement with a separate PO with AMAP Professional Construction. We've also had some discussions of entering into a cooperative agreement or a memorandum of understanding. The state does know that the village will be also having $100,000 to as a cost share towards the project and working together with the state. So we're excited about that, and we can't wait. I can't wait till the spring so we can move forward with this project. And I'll stand for any questions.
Does anybody have any questions on the roundabout? So it still may have a chance at something, huh?
Mayor, I know, right, as you mentioned at the last meeting or so, Tim Parker is no longer with District 2. They're looking at having a replacement. So we're working with Francisco and with Alan. We're hoping we can get, and even with George Dodge, who works with the Department of Transportation, hopefully we can get him involved and try to get this construction project. They're at the intersection, the Highway 70 next to 48 intersection. We're gonna have to do some lobbying and hopefully get that project. And even with the Meacham, with the roadway on Meacham and Sudworth, that road is falling apart. There's a lot of crack sealing needs to be repaired. Those are items that, as a group, as an entity, hopefully working with District 2 and with some of the staff in Santa Fe, we could try to get some of these projects completed.
Okay. Anybody have any comments or questions from Ron? Okay. Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mayor, Tim Parker is gone and they're talking about how they're gonna handle that between the two assistant district engineers right now for the interim. So.
And Francisco's one of the options.
Francisco has applied for the position.
Yeah. I know we were talking about sending in a letter, of support to
Endorsing
him.
him,
We need
yeah.
to make sure that we get that done.
If you'd like us to do that, we can draft a letter, Mayor, for your signature.
I would love to do that because he's been down here or up here quite a bit and been active in a lot of different projects that we've had on.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Mayor, the final report that I'd like to give today is I'd like to have Karen give us an update on the FEMA projects because she has a lot of good news. And as I've been saying, Mayor, the longer the drought, the closer the rain.
And it's going to start raining. Getting cloudy.
Karen?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I'd like to give a new update from the manager's report that you may have read. We've had some progress since then, and let me get to that. Okay, so the environmental process that we have been going through involved several agency approvals, and one of them was through the Army Corps of Engineers, which we obtained the 401 and 404 permit. Even though those permits are designated for the hazard mitigation phase of this project, they were needed for the review to determine no adverse effects. So that's why we had to wait for the EA and the FONSI and in other words, that's why restoration had to stop and wait for the actual entire EA process. We did receive notice from the Department of Homeland Security last Wednesday on the 4th that FEMA Region 6 had cleared both the environmental, historic preservation, and program reviews for the project. So now they're in the process of preparing the formal correspondence, which is the finding of no significant impact, or what we're calling the FONSI. In the meantime, the project was approved and we were able to notify the contractor, SAK, that they could begin mobilization and construction without delay. So SAK is en route right now to the village of Ruidoso. They're expected to be here and finalize their mobilization tomorrow and begin their construction on Thursday, the 12th. The timeline, well, I should say the notice to proceed was issued for that. We did reissue another notice to proceed to formalize that event. The timeline now has been updated, and their new estimated date of completion for the restoration phase of the project is September 9th, 2021. If you remember, we initially started with a completion date estimated as June 30th, and then we had the suspension. And with the change order, they were expecting to be completed on June 4th of 2021. And now that they've got the official okay, it's been moved to September 9th of 2021. The original contract amount that was issued to SAK was for $8,366. I'm sorry, let me say that again. $8,366,000. SAK performed their initial cleaning, and with the delays in the change of the scope of work that they found during the initial videoing or CCTV work, I should say, the video work that they did, they found some changes that consisted of an overall increase to the contract of $47,609. The change was based on the videos, and the net effects was a decrease to the village of Ruidoso by about the amount of $589,251. It was an increase to the city of Ruidoso Downs by $636,860. So between the decrease on our side and the increase on their side, that's where we got the net of a contract increase of $47,000. The amount spent to date is $752,531. So that covers the contract and where we are with SAK and the restoration phase of the project. If anybody has any questions, I can take them now, or I can brief you on the easements.
Let's go ahead and move to the easements.
Mayor, just real quick, if you don't mind, we are gonna send out a hard copy of that information so that you can see it in black and white and see the exact numbers that we're dealing with. You know, I'm actually pretty pleased with the way the whole thing was handled, because this could have been, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars of impact.
Right.
And, you know, the way that it washed out, you know, even with a $47,000 increase, that's minimal in comparison to the delays and everything else that we experienced. So, you know, again, Phoebe and Karen, contractors, were on top of this and did justice for the community. So, good job, Karen.
Thank you. The easements, we're rocking on these easements. Right now, the hazard mitigation phase, we have 156 easements to obtain. We have been sending out roughly around 30 a week. I've sent out, to date, we've sent out 89 easements. We have 67 remaining. And I have already begun receiving some of those signed easements back. So that's good news. High water mark and village staff are continually meeting via Zoom with our property owners. And in the event that we cannot portray or get anything resolved over that Zoom, then we are setting up property visits. But so far, we've been very successful with the Zoom meetings. So overall, there was 173 easements that we needed to be obtained for each of the, for all three of the phases. We are, right now, we still need to get 5 easements from 4 property owners on the restoration phase and 6 easements from 2 property owners on the lift station phase. So that should be wrapped up here. We have 3 property owners on Fox Drive that we need to get easements for the restoration phase. But things are moving, and I feel confident that we'll have those easements in place before the actual construction gets in that area.
Mayor, one of the decisions that we're gonna have to make pretty quick, and now I've asked Karen to set aside a time or set up a meeting where we go back and we evaluate the next 2 phases of the project. You know, we'd had discussions. Is it more beneficial to us to bid them separately, or is it more beneficial to you know, bid them together? Right. So we need to revisit that now that we have new information. So they're gonna be putting together all the pros and cons of both, and then we're gonna come back and make a recommendation on, you know, how we handle that next phase. There's pros and cons on both sides, but that's one of the next decisions that we're gonna need to make.
Okay.
Rector?
Yes, sir. With that, that wraps up my update for the project, and I stand for any questions if you have any.
No.
Like Manager Dodge said, I will send this out to all the counselors and to the mayor so that they can see in black and white the numbers that I just read off.
And what do we keep saying, Karen? The longer the drought, the closer the rain.
He's gonna wear that out.
We're gonna get there.
We will. We will.
Mayor, council, is there any questions or anything else that we can cover for y'all? If not, that concludes my manager's report.
I don't have any.
Does anybody have anything? Okay, nope, I think that's good. All right. I know there's a ton more stuff in there. But you read over it at your leisure if you hadn't already. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
So at this time, I think we've completed our compulsory exercise. And now then we'll go into the demanding part of it. Closed session.
Mayor, before we move on, didn't we, I think we missed the.
Oh, we got to do public input. I mean, input from your municipal officials.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll start with Councilor Lutterman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My brain is mushy. And so, thank you to everyone. Continued hard work. Thank you so much. I feel so confident in all of you. And I would just like to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Counselor.
Okay, and how about Joseph Beebe?
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto to what Karen, Councilor Letterman said, except I don't think my brain is mushy. I want to thank the staff for keeping the village going, and thank you for the great reports. Thank Karen for that report, Judy, and the manager, and everyone else that's involved in keeping the village going. The only thing I'd like to do today is just to recognize any and all veterans, since tomorrow is Veterans Day, and that if you encourage y'all that if you do see a veteran, welcome, shake their hand, and thank them for their service. And at that point, I'd like to thank Councilor Jackson for his service. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. How about Councilor Jackson?
Mayor, thank you, and thank you, Councilor Eby, for those kind words. I'll cede my time to the next.
Okay, well, you certainly couldn't have given it to somebody that could use it all up. How about you, Counselor Coughlin?
For the sake of time, ditto.
Okay. Counselor Cornelius?
I agree with what they said.
All right, now it's all the way to you,
It's
Counselor
all the way to
Salas.
me. Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I won't report at this time, but have lots of stuff to say in December.
Okay, that sounds awesome. All right, we will now move into closed session. And if we could get our wordsmith, counselor to enter into our closed session.
Mr. Mayor, move to closed session, discussion subject to attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatening or pending litigation in the village of Reynosa is or may become a participant, citing 1015-1H7 MSA 1978. Further discussion of purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the village of Reynosa, citing 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session will be brought back in open session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Mrs. Devine.
Yes, sir. Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Lauterman,
Aye.
Counselor Edie.
Aye. Mayor, and if we can invite Judy and Rodney to join us in executive session as well.
Absolutely. Rodney, stay on. And Judy, stay on.